Well, folks, here it is. This feels like today is going to be the last bit of the game. So let me turn this over here. Turn this off. Full game up. Because what have we done? Besides make a whole lot of mess in Revachol and Martinet. We managed to find Ruby. Come back around to the whirling and find out that the tribunal was already starting. Immolated some mercenaries. Wiped out their force, and now here we are taking a boat to a semi-sunken revolutionary fortress in the bay. Where the actual gunman might be. You know, I just had a sudden thought just right now. And that's the reason Harry was inspired upon waking up from death. Raphael woke up from death a second time. Is that Clausier put some string in the window to give a trajectory that suggested a gunshot from this elet in the bay. Which makes me think that the only reason we're here is because Clausier ran away. So maybe it's better that she did, and that we didn't arrest her, despite volition overcompensating for everyone else being compromised. But either way, we're on the island now, and this definitely feels like final dungeon time. That the missing pieces and the smoking guns and the final actor in this comedy are all going to be here. Rusted chain.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
Ferry. There's a connecting chain ferry, called it.
Ah, yes, so it seems.
What do you think it was for, Kim?
For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
True. I suppose my greatest awareness of chains across bodies of water is at the ferry capacity.
As a defensive measure, lock it off that side of the bay.
Lock it from whom?
From enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
Makeshift bridge. Okay, so we have up and around. I want to search around before we go up. There's nothing around. Not even the campfire of Lillian's little boys. I take the boat. We're not going away just yet. We've already got enough fuel for the return trip now.
The skiff is swaying on the waves by the dock.
We could return to the mainland right now and skip out on everything. No. Inflammable. Cool. So won't catch on fire, it's not flammable? Be leaked out. Mazoot in the air. What's this? Oh, we can't go there. Not yet. Maybe through here, come out from there. Looks like it. ICM. Star with specs. Birch. Oh, from the coin stock viewer. For the binoculars, it was that birch. Also, the second door down here. Okay, so enter from here. Exits west and down. What have you got in here then? Hey look, Star, Antler, Raphael, we're famous. When I said final dungeon, I meant more thematically, but it looks like there really is a lot to explore here. An armament rest? Oh, there's some big guns. Twin cannons attached here, large caliber. Is it safe to go down? Careful, stairs have collapsed. Why do I feel like that's telegraphing that it's a one-way trip?
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It wouldn't do that, though. It wouldn't trick me in the final dungeon with one-way passages that I have to choose carefully. There hasn't been anything like that the whole rest of the game.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Cold now, but maintained. Where did the wires lead?
Downstairs, somewhere?
And what kind of generator is this?
Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout. The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter, long and cold.
So somebody's using a common fuel source generator to light things up, maintain some heat here.
If anyone stayed here, they'd need a generator.
That would suggest more long-term habitation than occasionally coming and going. Tap on the side.
A hollow ring. The canister is empty. Dust falls from the generator and down into the ammo lift.
What does this mean? A generator here, Kim?
I don't know. I'm not a philosopher.
Kim is so tired after yesterday for us, 2 days ago for them. A miniature war in front of the whirling. Why is it here?
Someone with basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room warm. Maybe it's the fire guy.
The wind outside picks up suddenly, with a faint howl. Inside, it's warm.
You could really hear how tired Kim is here, and compared to, I wouldn't say youthful exuberance the whole entire rest of the game, but he was definitely having fun with the investigation, despite it being a murder investigation, and the political fire powder keg that it was. And all the sidetracking we do, he had fun with the sidetracking, despite how much he would say otherwise. And now he's just done. And it's amazing how much you can read all that in him. Books, fantastique and historical fiction. Dishes, a sauce and fire. Clothes. There's more pants. A scarf. Army surplus winter scarf, less composure, but more empathy. Thing is though, my empathy is already through the roof. My empathy is at 9. That'll bump it up to 11. At the cost of making composure go down to 4. I don't think I'm ready for that kind of commitment. Oh, hold on, what's this? Found, arrow or shirt, hand-eye coordination of 1. Okay, alright, found. We've got the found windbreaker. We now got the found shirt. Pants. We don't have found pants. Or glasses. We got the peepo, the found peepo. We got found gloves. And found sneakers. We almost have the full found ensemble. Missing what? Necktie and glasses? Necktie, glasses, pants? If there's a found necktie, glasses, pants. There probably would be pants at least, like a track pants or something. Tracksuit pants or something. A broken rangefinder, hold on. Sheets to keep the wind out. Is this a spot? Does this... No. If it came from the south, this looked the wrong direction. The sniper's nest is probably elsewhere then. But this would be a good spot. This is just like an old-fashioned, old-timey weaponry.
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized.
Sift through them.
Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures. Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
So this tells me then he's got enough technical manuals to maintain things here, and the rest for passing time? Did whoever's here have to pass a lot of time?
Someone's made themselves a home.
Heroic conception. Only 17%! Okay, I gotta put my conceptualization pants on to ask if anything stands out as unusual. Where's my conceptualization? I don't think I have any more conceptualization clothes, do I? +1 conceptualization in exchange for logic. -1. That throws me off that the minus perception is on the top, when every other time it's on the bottom. If there is a minus for it. No conceptualization gloves. No conceptualization pants. Conceptualization jacket. Sharp? Mazovian socioeconomics. Nah, that's it then. But I do have 2 points available, so I could put in more to conceptualization. Get my imagination way active. Understand creativity. See art in the world. I can always bump it up one more time, too.
Soft covers, serialized, fantastic,
42%.
and detective stories, animal adventures, a magazine for electrical
Let me see,
engineering,
is any
and an international thriller. Also,
+3,
light
+2,
erotica
+2.
and some historical novels from the century past.
Alright, here goes then. 42%, first dice roll of the day.
Oh yes,
Got it!
under the bed, there is a rather extensive collection of critical theory. That is,
Critical theory.
dour, life non-affirming left-wing literature, published by small imprints such as Abattoir Firm and Ouzia. It's not exactly light reading.
This is so cruel, though. We find communist writing we could read to endear ourselves to the book club, but we can't go back to the book club. I'm pretty sure this is terminal. Powerful communist theory, rigorous and truthful. Deranged commie ranting. Downbeat dribble for people who can't get shit done. A book, left wing. I have no comments to you. It's powerful communist theory. Rigorous, truthful, but still theory, and still must fit itself into real life practice.
Ouzia. I agree. Humanitarian sciences. It stands out. Not a lot of critical theory around in Ravachol West.
So, my running theories is that the likeliest candidates for who killed Laylee and who might want to spark a bloodbath in Revachol is either the moral intern themselves making a proxy war out of the mercenaries in the Union in the streets of Martinez in order to crack down on the coalition government and putting something more reflective of the moral intern itself. Or the mercenaries. But it doesn't seem too likely, because that mercenary company that we fought seemed to have a lot of esprit de corps. Esprit de corps? Yeah, esprit de corps. And in my head, I read decor as one word, like decorum, instead of the core. But the 3 that we saw seemed rather pissed that Laylee died. I don't think they would have killed their own colonel as a false flag operation. So that's kind of a fringe theory for now. But these books seem to be important to whoever habitates here, otherwise why bring them? To keep him company? Technical manuals of electricity, to maintain the electricity, get the generator running. Leisure books to pass the time and some light erotica. And then books on communist theory. Unless he's working on his academics and has some required class reading or wants to see how the other half thinks, I'd say these are his. and probably reflects what kind of motives he might have had.
Your incendiary remark has failed to provoke him. Wasn't there some in the communist student's room?
A student in the apartment building seemed to have some as well.
Well, yes, that one student did.
I don't think it was them, though. That tiny communist cell of 2 students who are too smart to go to class. They seem quite divorced from any sort of praxis. I'm sure they'll talk for days on end about how violent revolution is the only way of bringing about material change, but they don't have any connection to actual material change, violent, revolutionary, or otherwise. What if they were foreshadowing when they said that there is an active cell for more active communism?
The little books
However they
seem
phrased it.
inconsequential next to the big pile of frivolous entertainment covering them.
Is it frivolous? Little books? But they are here. Critical theory books. What do you think, Kim?
Again, I am not a philosopher, but whoever has lived here, they have some education and a certain set of interests.
That would seem to suggest that Kim agrees that this speaks as to who exactly we're after.
Interesting.
Okay, get my clothes back. What was I wearing? Not the phone. And which shirt was it? My Logic shirt? There. And that's the only change I made. It's a Pan Stars. It is worth taking a nap. I'll be honest, it's tempting. Because I still have my 3 hours to go. And 2 hours to go. And I'm not sure how much game there is left. So I might want my red checks back. I might want my physical instrument back. And I might want the benefit of these before we get to anything too terminal. It's only 3 hours and 2 hours. The boat's gonna be there. Very worth taking a nap? I see a bed. I think you're trying to hint at something I should do without exactly spoiling it. Alright. I might take a nap then.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft-cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal blanket.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
How recent? Do you think whoever slept here is? There are signs someone lives. Also, are those food cans or giant pill bottles? How recently, Kim?
A flash of pain
Pain
interrupts
threshold
you,
failure.
making you wince instead of letting the words out.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
Well, Kim's saying I should rest too. He's encouraging it. My pain threshold has failed. I have a task to rest. And Kim's gonna keep watch, so it's pretty safe too. Maybe the children sleeps here and that's their theory. Oh, maybe Lillian's kids reading communist theory and fantastique and historical fiction and light erotica. I think that if those kids had access to these books, they'd have no idea what any of the words meant and would simply use it to light their bonfires. They're precocious kids, but I don't think they've awoken to communism yet. They are, respectfully, the 0.0002% and the 0.0003% to communism that they have to wake up to and grow up to. A little shut-eye, just an hour. Just an hour to pass for my thoughts to complete.
You face the concrete wall. There's less light there, in the dark corner. Like a dog, you lie there. You didn't realize how tired you were. Your body is still nowhere near healed.
Curl up with knees close to
The
chest.
blanket feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete and cold. Minutes pass. Half an hour maybe. The sounds of the sea beyond grow distant. Your eyelids close until...
You know, we need to rest too because shot in the leg and all that stress. He's still fighting off the bacterial infection, but Kim's also had a concussion. After we rest, Kim should rest too.
You feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins to hatch from the blackness. It's evening.
Evening? Really? Evening? But it was like what? It wasn't that late. Some folks get a sense of urgency on the island that missed this. Honestly, I probably would have if I was just rushing through the game, but I think I might have if I haven't figured out that time isn't as stressful a thing as it's made out to be. Plus, the biggest stressor for me was, it's a tribunal. It's gonna be 5 days or less, as Joyce. You gotta rush this, you gotta hurry. But the tribunal has passed. That's done. The biggest thing I was worried about losing time on is over and done with. It's an island. I didn't see any of the boats. Kim's keeping watch. So feels pretty safe to take a rest.
Sleep.
Where's Kim? He said he was keeping watch. Where is he? Kim? Lieutenant's no longer here. Go outside to the beach. If you say so, Purple. Not this beach, that beach. I don't see my exit. I don't even see the UI. No time, no portraits. Doors still here closed. Can't get in. You've sabotaged me. Kim is dead. Sepan Stars, how could you? Okay, there's an exit. Yeah? There is nothing but a halo around me. Go down to the chain. There's something there. But the chain was on that side. Unless there's another chain here to block off both sides of the island. Chain? Oh, there's a chain here. Walk into the water. Now. Oh, so I can. I can actually walk on the water. It's what, late March? Maybe it's thinner ice, maybe the kelp is just that solid. Footprints on the water. Okay, it's a dream. Further. If this is a dream, I feel like this is gonna be something kind of self-destructive. Walking into the sea of the old Harry life.
Dolores Day.
Oh,
The
hello.
innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state turns around to face you. She has an airship airbag in her hand. She seems to be in a hurry.
Dolores Day herself, really? I finally get to hand her the figurines he collected?
Okay, don't say you need to talk right away. Melt the ice first. This way you're already talking.
Alright, melt the ice.
But you don't even want to talk to her. She would only be cold and mean. Let her go.
Let her go or talk to her, huh?
Let her go. This is the Holy Queen of the territories of Mwindi and Insulinda. Think of the historic knowledge we could glean. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to win her back.
To win back the Holy Queen of the territories of Mundi and the Insulinde. Suggestion says melt the ice. Volition says forget about her. Encyclopedia says win back. Yeah, weirdo. We're all doomed indeed. If it's not for the ice, reality itself seems to be falling apart. Can we stay and talk for a moment? We need to talk. Suggestion says don't say that. One more massive epic showdown. Where are you going? What's in the bag? Something is offered. Hey! What's in the bag?
Just my scepter, my globe cruciger, a spare silk gown, a toothbrush, travel documents, the crown of immortality.
Crown of Immortality? Aren't you already wearing one? How many do you have?
Oh, this. This is just a wreath. The crown of immortality is made of rarefied light, mana and raw palladium. It was passed on to me by the rulers of late antiquity.
She looks at the suitcase, not knowing what more to say. Then, over her shoulder, silence. Her nuptial gown flows in the wind, wraps around her holy body.
Electrochemistry is being surprisingly chill for a description like this. Anyway, your skin is holy and soft. First, where are you going? Where are you going?
I'm going to Morova, to live there in Grad. It's 1 million kilometers away, Harry.
Raphael.
Might as well be another lifetime.
Okay. Break the ice. Your skin is holy and soft.
No, Harry. It's just regular skin. I'm not as beautiful as you always thought I was. Let's not get into it.
Is it me, or is Dolores Day beautiful, glorious, sacred Dolores Day traveling off to live somewhere else? A metaphor for something. You are. None of the others are as beautiful as you.
She does not answer. There's that expression again. Silence. A distant wind blows. You can't think of anything pretty to say.
Anything pretty to say? Did I give her some trinkets that we collected to give to her? Something is off.
I'm sorry. I was heading to the aerodrome. I just don't have time to...
She means she doesn't have time to tend to your emotions.
You don't have time to tend to my emotions.
She sighs and looks over her shoulder.
She's even got the glowy lungs. Except they're not so glowy in this portrait.
What are you doing? Stop saying things like that.
Alright. I don't gotta say every single thought that comes into my head. Now that broken the ice, can we stay for a moment and talk? A massive, epic showdown.
No, Harry. No. I don't want a massive, epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. Really, we don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. Us, our love, our unborn daughters. It's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Ravachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever. That's just the way it is.
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after that. You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try now.
Don't try to kiss her, but there's a suggestion check to try to kiss her. 92%! I could ignore savoir faire, and unless I rolled double ones. That's not a very good way for things to be. I brought you this figure of the headless fallen rider. Mass murderer! You're not even human! If Dolores Day is a metaphor for the X something. I bought you this figurine of a headless fallen rider. Give it to her.
I don't want it. It looks expensive. I don't want it.
I thought you liked figurines. I thought the figurines were for getting you back.
That's not what figurines do, Harry.
But then figurines don't do anything.
She looks at the headless found rider between your fingers and doesn't know what to say. The figurines don't do anything. anything at all. But I thought the historic figure she had.
She liked war games and figurines.
Yes, I thought it would be good.
You messed this up, reaction speed! It's gonna be -10 to the kiss now.
A form of communication when words have failed. Yes, it was a good idea, but she felt obliged by the headless phone rider to give you things in return. Things she no longer wants to give you. So she refused. That's how it goes. Your figurine rider idea was naive.
What about this revolutionary figurine then? This revolutionary figurine has got a little musket.
No, please. Please don't give me anything.
What about dice? Had some custom dice made in this place, a doomed commercial area. He's not kicking the hint.
Harry, I don't want things. I want to go to the aerodrome.
Fine, I won't give you things then.
I didn't ask for things. It's too late to give me anything. I would have liked these things a long time ago. The headless Von Rider especially. But now, only boring hell remains.
I didn't get a minus anything. Okay, suggestion if it wasn't too far away. What was that about? Don't kiss her? Stop saying things like that, but it was too far away then. Those reactions have all fair. Don't try to kiss her yet. Still reeling. Fall over, I try it now. Is that to say that if I keep chatting her up, my spirits will come back and I'll get a bonus to my suggestion roll. 92 is pretty high up. The only bracket higher than that is 97, isn't it? It's only an 8% chance of failure, that's so tiny. I know you still love me. Kiss her, slap those drunken lips. I always get nervous when it rolls a dice, but it doesn't show you right away. That flash of orange, I'm kind of worried might be the failure of red.
Your feet still
Failure!
tremble
Oh,
from
rolled a
steps you
5!
took, as
Oh!
if over an enormous distance.
How far away
Standing
was it?
against her body close to you. Radiant,
You know what? I'm an idiot.
with your eyes
I'm an idiot
closed,
because
even
I've still got the, I got the thing on that makes failures for every red check. This is always going to fail. I keep forgetting about that. And now I'm stuck at an impasse of do I want to reset because I forgot to turn off my insta-fail red checks? Or if I want to keep seeing this through. Because if that thought was off, we would have passed this. I don't want to... It's like... It's a principles thing, you know? I don't want to just keep resetting every single failure. But I also forgot that was still on. I forgot about that. What if I reset it to turn that thought off, and then I accept whatever the roll gives me, pass or fail, and roll with that? It would mean having to redo a few things for the boat to here. But otherwise... It feels petty to do it. I feel really bad. I feel really, really bad about reloading, but I sincerely forgot that I keep having that thought in my head. And it really breaks the moment, you know, the flow and everything. Oh, now there's an autosave. Thanks, autosave.
The change
For bringing
as a defensive measure.
from enemies.
Gotta click all the stuff I clicked before. Sorry, Kim. And I'm letting Kim down the worst, too. Kim silently judging me every time he feels reality shift. I'll definitely win her back. Now I'm going to roll double ones, but at least it'll be a legitimate double one. What I'm worried about is the communist books. It was like a 42% chance success, so we got a first time go last time. But 42% isn't very secure, so I might lose out.
An old cylindrical lieutenant.
It's cold now. Downstairs, liquid carbon. The kind that...
If anyone's the hollow ring,
I don't know. Someone who is...
the wind outs.
And the thing is, because that takes place in a dream, I can't exactly turn my thought off in the dream. There's no interface to go to the thoughts and be like, alright, hold on, let me pause this for a second. Well, not that one, the other one. Okay, let me get my conceptualization clothes back on. Where's conceptualization? Hand-eye coord, endurance. That's right. Summaritzian Mounts jacket. And my conceptualization shirt. And that was it.
Books and magazines, most among.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Not that you can tell.
But I will reload on that, because you got it right the first time. So I'm entitled to it.
Books and magazines, most are among.
Someone's made
And
themselves
this totally
Not that
isn't
you can
RNG
tell.
manipulation to absorb some bad dice rolls and toss them into the abyss of large numbers.
Books and magazines, most among.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Not that you can tell. This is
Go
a
away 3, go away 4. Then again, if I get a good roll on here,
books.
that
and
might be
most are
taking
among.
good
What-
rolls away
Someone's made themselves
from
a
winning her
home.
back.
Oh yes, under the bed.
Ooh, see.
You're in. Wasn't there some in the
Well, yeah.
The little books.
Again,
Interesting.
Alright, this catches us up to where we were. What do we have? Commander's jacket, logic shirt. And before I go to bed, I do want to pass some minutes still, so I'll turn the thought off right before going to sleep.
There's a greasy,
someone has been squatting here. The linen is...
a flash.
You know, officer.
Go
you
to
can
sleep.
rest here
There.
if you are feeling
There's about
tired.
1 minute.
I will keep watch. We could use
Temporary
some rest for
research
what's ahead.
bonus. All red checks fail. Yeah, alright. Pause it for the time being.
You face the concrete wall. There's less light there, in the dark corner. You didn't realize the blanket. You feel yourself standing up in the darkness.
Okay,
Right next
alright.
to sleep.
That took no time at all. Pass or fail. Whatever I get is whatever we get. I can make his head jerk around. Kim? Where is Kim? Go to the beach. Click all the dots. Go to the chain. Walk into the water, listen to my self-destruction. Her footprints. I didn't see the her last time. Further.
Dolores Day.
Okay, Dolores.
The
Back to where we
innocence
were.
of humanism, internationalism. Okay, but you don't even
Success,
let her
success,
go.
success.
This is the holy queen of the
Where are you
going to
going? What's
just
in the
myself
bag?
over
Cloud of
this. This is
immortality.
silent.
Anyway,
Something
I'm
is
sorry.
off.
She means she doesn't have time to tend to your emotions.
Don't have time to tell my
She said, "What are
emotions. Just
you
go through everything else that I went
Harry.
through.
She silence. A distant
Be a
wind
desperate
blows.
dork. Stay for a
Harry, don't
moment.
have it. It's all gone.
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet.
I don't want it. That's not.
She looks at
Don't take the hint. Give her all the
Yes,
stuff.
form. Yes, it was a good idea.
No, Harry, I didn't. But now, only boring hell remains.
Okay. Alright. It's 92% on a red check. And I've soaked up some 3s and 4s already. Last time we beat it by 1. Now, Now we still get the splash of orange. So we might still fail. But it's gonna be a legit fail, and if it's a legit fail, then I'll take it.
Your feet still tremble from the steps you took, as if over an enormous distance, standing against her. Her body close to you, radiating more.
Then
With your
again.
eyes closed, you move your lips on her mouth.
Then again. We won the roll last time, so I'm entitled to a win. No. Do I want to go back to what I was entitled because I won the last time? I feel petty. I feel petty. I really do. This is a petty giddy moment. I mean, this isn't going to matter anyway. We weren't really dating Dolores Day herself, and her appearing in a dream and kissing her correctly isn't going to get the ex something back.
She is not kissing you back.
You're not kissing me back. All this feels terrible. If she's clearly not into it, and I keep like squeezing her wrist or moving my mouth, her cheek against mine, that's a desperate man who hasn't... You're not kissing me back.
The moment is ending. She is going to move her face away from yours.
Okay, what this is going to be now is exploring different options in the
To look
game.
at you. When she withdrew and you held onto her hand, she tried not to look at your face and see the expression there. Brother, you should put me in front of a firing squad. I have no words for how I failed you.
Yes, suggestion, 92%, but it's not your fault, suggestion. You succeeded 11 to 10 the first time. That was the only true organic roll. The organic roll was 11 to 10. I failed you, suggestion. Put me up against a firing wall. Why didn't you kiss me back? You didn't kiss me back.
She breathes out heavily, as if something painful has passed through her, and shakes her head.
I thought you would. I know you still love me. You can't not.
She shakes her head one more time. The evening wind rustles her hair, blowing old newspapers and fast food wrappings down the street.
Why didn't you kiss me back?
Why did you do that to yourself? You know I don't cheat, Harry. I never cheated on you.
We're learning so much about who Harry was. So, according to the fatal postcard, there was a time when she left. She didn't want to, but she did. And now we have an accusation. Or a response to an accusation. I never cheated on you. Could it be Harry, in his belligerency and his drunkenness, accused her and off she went? Truly tried to love him? But after months or years of watching his own downward spiral and that spiral whipping at her, after that she has to leave, has to make some hard choices. You're the apricot chewing gum scented one.
No, I'm just Dora.
Dora, not Dolores? That's it then?
No, Harry, not yet. There is one more thing you have to see.
One more thing I have to see. What happens if you pass it?
I'm pregnant.
Is it mine? It's not mine. Swallow. She mentioned 2 unborn daughters. So, apart from the pressure of the job and the grim reality of life in Jamrock and his drunkenness, they also might have had 2 miscarriages or stillbirths in the past. And now as she leaves, she is pregnant. And she said herself she never cheated. So is it mine?
Of course not.
No! Are they separated by now?
I terminated yours. Don't you
Terminated.
remember? You poor fuck. Poverty-stricken fuck. Now, go ahead. Ask me more questions. Let's talk about something else.
More questions. Ask more.
Is that where mass murderer and not even human comes in? And why he feels so much apprehension and agitation looking at portraits of Dolores Day on her pedestal? That's not a very good way for things to be.
It's not. But
Well, what? Tell me there's something good.
I don't know why I said but. There is no but.
That's it?
That's it, yes. We've talked about it a million times. You will get over it, just like I did. People do. Things will get good for you again.
So if she says she never cheated, well, this pregnancy probably is after she's left Harry. And so, no relationship, no cheat, which is fine for her. She's left something really toxic. It's her right to do. So is that what sent Harry over, finding out that the woman he loved, who maybe still felt a little something for the sad, pathetic, broken man she left, didn't just leave, but was happier elsewhere, happier without him. That would be why he has so many alternate dialogue options about how much he ruins everything, nobody likes him. Why do I always mess things up when they're trying to give a child a hat or something minor like that?
Where in hell? Stop. You're only making it worse for him. You never help with anything.
Exactly, Volition. Good for me where? In fucking hell. Hey, Wither. That's easy. It's terrible. I mean, that's true. I've seen the kind of man Harry was. I'm not getting over it at all. You're right. I don't even remember who you are anymore. Maybe. I think I've reached the end of the investigation. Well, Harry wasn't getting over it. Harry was drinking himself to oblivion.
It just takes some time. For you, I think it'll take something like 20 years, maybe? It was hard for me too, you know? I used to think I couldn't live without you.
Just like my own Major X something.
But I can.
She keeps her shoulders squared and her back straight. But it's clear you're still making her sad.
See, Harry, this is why you gotta get your heartbreaks done in like your teenage years. So you have the excuse of being young, dumb, and hormonal. When you have these emotional outbursts, major breakdowns to a breakup, you gotta get used to those early so that when the bigger ones happen later on, you have some resiliency to work against. 20 years. It's so much time. You felt that way once, that you cannot live without me. Don't cling to that, Harry. Your innocence, Dolores Day. She probably hated, too, being put on a pedestal like that. She isn't the innocence, Dolores Day. She's only Dora. Let me see other pathetic options. You felt that way once, you can't live without me.
Yes. But that time is gone now. So very gone.
Your innocence, Dolores Day. I'm sorry I made you sad.
It's okay.
But 20 years is so much time.
Yes. It only took me 1 year, maybe 2. Phew.
It doesn't have to be like this. Maybe you could try again. Well, that's okay then. Super okay. Instead of other things to do. Keep being the pathetic dog.
No, Harry. We can't.
But why?
We already tried again, and it didn't work.
Is that how it is now? We should just try all good things twice and then give up.
Who
By
amongst
that
us hasn't heard I've already given you a second chance 3 times now?
Not you too.
Won't ask anymore. What went wrong when we tried again? I can do it better.
I don't know. Please.
Why? Why can't we be together?
Harry, we can't be together because you're insane.
She avoids turning them to you.
Insane how? Like what? Like cool insane? Like wow, that cop's crazy. I'm not insane. Don't say that I'm the sanest person I know. Like the cool insane?
They're turning moist now. Her this, she slowly shakes her head and tries to get hold of herself, brushing her hands in her gown.
What do you mean
You know
insane?
what I mean.
Everyone gets a little down. In case you've noticed, on a cop, it's not easy work. It was just a necktie. Being a cop isn't easy work.
A cop? You've worked there for so long you can't even talk like a normal person anymore. It's always lists with you. Questions.
Oh no, she's seen through us.
Questions? Did someone say questions?
I don't have lists, lie. They're not lists, they're trees.
This is another one, isn't it? We're in a tree right now.
Oh no, she knows. Yes, but it's not possible to talk without trees. Lists are absolutely normal. Everyone has them. You just list everything you want to ask, but I like my lists. Lists are totally
In
normal.
descending order, usually. It's best to do them like that.
It's not just the lists or trees or whatever. You get sad, Harry. Too sad. People can't get that sad. It's impossible to watch. Other people get sad too, but not like you. You stay down for too long. Until you start giving your thoughts names and
Oh no.
talking to
Oh
things.
no, she knows about conceptualization.
In conclusion, you're ill. You're an old, insane man. And you have to be in hell until the end of your life. And I have to go to Morova.
I'm not going to bully a fleeing woman from her toxic relationship. But I will have Harry continue to be pathetic. Don't go!
I have to, Harry. Really, I've already missed the 8:30. I'm gonna go now.
Okay, so I don't think that passing that red check would have made a big difference anyway. Like I said, there is no way that Dora Day is going to come back to us because we dreamed a happier kiss.
I was wrong. You don't have power over her anymore. You shouldn't have said that. I am wrong about everything. You should go on without me.
That is a lot, for you have sworn a holy oath, Harry. She herself begged you not to let her go. Sometimes the narration doesn't match the text, and I don't know if that's a simple mismatch programmatically or if that's supposed to say something different. Can we sit down and have coffee first? Cafeteria in the corner. What's there to do in Morova? But I swore I wouldn't let you go. You told me. You asked me to be this way. Ugh. Who among us hasn't been in a situation like that? Clinging to the promises they made us make, but refusing to accept the reality that was then, and this is now. They're not happy now. I swore I wouldn't let you go. You told me. You asked me for it to be like that.
That was someone else.
Uh-huh.
I betrayed her, overwrote her, and I'm happier for it. And I'm really going now. The time is up. I must be on the 10:20 flight.
Will we ever see each other again?
I won't see you, but you will see me.
How could that be?
Oh, Harry, this is a dream. Can't you see? I'm already in Morova by now. Who knows how long ago this happened? A year? 2? 5 years ago?
How will I see you again then? In your dreams, sucker!
Right here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week, at least. And Harry, it really, really looks like it started happening again. There's the video rental.
3 times a week once it starts happening. If I was slower on getting this game progress done, would there reach a point where these dreams start manifesting? Is that why Harry went so hard on his bender, because those dreams are happening again? This poor guy. This really does capture the heartache pretty well.
I'm suffocatingly beautiful and young. And I smell of tutti frutti chewing gum.
Apricot.
Like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness. After leaving you the first time. So long ago.
But this is intolerably bad.
Oh yes, this is real darkness. It's not death or war or child molestation. Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry. See you tomorrow.
Okay, then we wake up to somebody who really cares for us.
You're up quick. How was your sleep?
Saw the fucking case. Deep and invigorating. Cover up the blood seeping. The blood seeping out my. Oh no. It was total annihilation, Kim. Swallow the blood and conclude. Let's bomb the entire island centimeter by centimeter. That's the next step in the task chain. Spit out the blood and get back to work. You're a badass like that. It was deep and invigorating. Cover up the blood.
Of course. I was just thinking maybe you've torn your stitches. Are you ready to move on?
It was total annihilation, Kim.
I did not want to wake you. Perhaps I should have? Was it a job dream?
No. An ex-wife dream. We finally put a something to the something.
The lieutenant nods sullenly. I understand. We've all been through similar things. It can be overcome.
As far as the writing goes, so far I've been loving how, like, well-written seems kind of a basic thing to say, but everyone else really is well-written. There's nuance, even, to the hateable characters. Nobody's perfect. Like, even sweet Lena has a bit of casual racism, microaggression in her language. And she's supposed to be like one of the better ones. And the political nuance as well, you know? It's not like communism perfect or money-making perfect, but all these are complex things. The only real unifier is everything's complex, but racists are always bad. But the heartache, I kind of feel bad for the devs now. They so perfectly, totally captured everything about not just heartache, but a really, really bad one. This is all of us. This was me like 3 years ago. Let's solve the case, Kim.
Are you sure you're okay? You thrashed around and you bolted up, half covered in blood from your wound.
Oh, we've seen the bleeding. Swallow the blood. Let's comb this entire island, centimeter, centimeter. Oh, it's comb the island. I read it as bomb the entire island the first time. Combing it sounds a lot more reasonable.
Okay.
He's still worried. You must have really thrashed and squealed in your sleep.
Alright, 2 o'clock now. Did that progress any time? It did not. So, nothing's lost in pausing the internalization of the precarious world. Okay, so which way to go? So, ultimately, it really didn't matter. Taking the check or redoing it, I don't think. What have we got? More magnesium. Money and magnesium. Emergency meeting and missed all of that dream. It's pretty brutal, isn't it? You know, I hate to say it, but it's kind of a good thing I slept on this game for 3 years. Because if 3 years ago me played that whole sequence back then, it would have been brutal. It would have been worse. I would have started having those dreams.
You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one. A heavy steel blast door. There is a conventional keyhole above the handle. It's very small.
Oh, Seven Stars, you did. You cried a lot after that. You know, that is okay. Like I said, they completely, perfectly captured hard breakup, so it's perfectly fine too. We're all meant to emphasize with it. We were all there. If we weren't, we're going to be at some point in the future. What's on the other side, the rest of the
Another
island?
part of the island, probably. The lock looks like it could still be usable.
How do we open it?
Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open?
Oh, don't say that, Kim.
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
Never had a parting quite like that with her? You know what? That is good. Especially in like my case, right? It was one of the situations where if a parting had to happen, it'd suck, but I prefer to be on good terms. For a parting to be as disastrous as that requires so many breakdowns. And that definitely wasn't a good time for anybody. I guess we all have hard ones, but maybe not always completely catastrophically disastrous. That's the final dream that ancient reptilian brain and limbic system hinted and have been warning me about the whole game then? It does explain his psychosexual obsessions, his apprehensions, and especially the fears in the mass murderer part. First breakup. Already finished mourning the relationship before we broke up. And so the breakup did very little. See, Wither, that's because you were mature. You were sensible about that. Your relationship was already mourned. So when it died, it was just the body. The spark of life is already left. That's kind of not quite ideal, but that's healthier. Me, it was like looking at a mirror. It was like putting a lens 3 or 4 years into the past, because I was Harry. I was the one who was like, but we made promises. You made me promise to keep on trying, to never let you go. You gave me 2 chances. Why not 3? Why not 4? We can make it work this time. You know, especially with the complication that she herself had suffered all sorts of hardships, wasn't in the best place mentally, emotionally, or stability-wise. So there was a lot of needing to self-sacrifice because, well, if I hurt today, she's happier tomorrow, so... Relationships and breakups especially are rough. And Harry had himself a rough one. It's good and healthy if you could avoid it, but I definitely feel for him. I see now why Harry became the self-destructive man that he was. A lot of it was possibly his own toxicity, but I definitely feel for him. At least now he has his peace in oblivion, and Raphael could take over and lead him towards healthier relationships, healthier ways of steering his own body. Second is children amicable. The dream. That is a dream with her. We open the big one. See controls anywhere. Find us not opening it very unlikely.
Alright, I retract my statement. It was naive. Let's look around and get it open.
Cool. But what about the big brother?
Fuel, generator, console. That's our best chance. That there could open it once we've put some fuel in the generator.
Hopefully I haven't locked myself out of anything by not pursuing the alright, let's open its big brother option. Oh, stairs have collapsed. Gotta go in this way. Are there VODs saved from the streams? There are. The streams themselves expire after like a week or two, so I make sure to highlight them. And they're available on the videos page in loose organization. That hatch is shut.
Green paint flicks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There
More
are
bell?
rows of switches on the front
Oh, I'm thinking
panel,
of not bell.
a frequency band, and even a keyboard. The keys rattle like teeth. This keyboard hasn't been functional in decades.
Have I played Grim Fandango? I have not with her, unless you count like a demo from ages back, but it's always been on the to-do list. What's all this then?
The console of an antique computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out, they terminate here.
Highly recommend. Well, you're in luck with her, cause it's always been on the to-do list like I said, so Grim Fandango happening is an inevitability. Lisa the Painful, I've heard about the Lisa series. That might be a bit too extreme for my stream. And that's coming from someone who streamed Karen no Sojo. Could this open the blast door?
Possibly. Urgence, ouvert, allumé, radiodiffusé. It sounds like this device was used to control the electronics here. Maybe it still does.
Does a generator and wire from up there come down here? I don't see where those wires went.
This device was used to control the electronics in the room. It could open doors, control lights, function as a radio computer.
Lights interior. Emergency, open.
We need to restore power before using this, officer. The generator, it didn't look like there was fuel in it.
Okay, I think there was fuel
We
outside.
should look around outside. There are barrels all over. Maybe one of them still has something in it.
The boat engine.
The boat! Interfacing, that's true, but then how do we get out? We can get some from the boat engine. I think maybe I might have shot myself in the foot by using the fuel that I got from the motor carriage for graffiti. If I saved it, that'd be a source right there. Telltale's Walking Dead? I don't know. I've heard things about Telltale's Walking Dead. Isn't that one of those classic ones where, like, what was it? What was all the complaints? Not like forced or fake choices. I could always give it a look-see. Could get some from the boat engines.
But officer, then we would have to swim back to the mainland. Let's just look around, okay?
The consul stands by, mutely. Urgence,
Okay,
over.
gotta find some fuel. Hold on, let's just stop. Water washers down below. Firing slits. So, going to walk across the water, try to get the X something back. Careful not to fall through, as if that was possible, game. Can't trick me.
A strange feeling looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea.
Called it.
Leave
I
it
knew
all.
that purple voice saying walk into the sea was self-destruction. Wouldn't say Telltale games are fake choices, but there's a limit to how much you can branch the story. That is true, you know, video game limitations. I mentioned it when playing Swan Song, but if you take Big Bad Wolf's two main games, The Council and Swan Song, the Council branched off a lot, but the further the game went on, each tributary was weaker than the main flowing branch, to the point where the final couple of chapters are pretty weak, and the game fell flat. And then take Swan Song in comparison, which really doesn't have as many true branches. It's a lot more pass-fail. But the result of that is what branches you get do end up flowing to better place, you know, it's like a stronger sort of thing. Less choices, but what ones you get are kind of more meaningful. Take him to meet Dolores Day. Nah. Raphael's not gonna be one of those guys, just like, alright, gotta be all X all the time, you gotta meet the X. You got to be the portrait, the big stained glass window, that's plenty. That's the idealized version in Harry's head.
With a bottle in your hand.
But it's cold.
Yes, cold and still. But love is warm, like the inside of her mouth.
Yes, please. Inland Empire. No, 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 no.
Yes, 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 yes. No, we're not starting with that. Not now. Not this time. This thought is over.
Raise your sight.
In the still mirror of the bay, you see Martinez, reflected. Tall edifices of
Going to
ruins,
Marova Pier.
into the water, like shimmering towers. And the shacks too. Pine trees and motor lorries, upside down. Islets and posts, like stepping stones, lead into the water in front of you. Go. Step in. It's been too long.
Been too long since self-destruction. Inland Empire, you'll get your turn when the Pale consumes everything, but not today. There was nothing out here though. Only for the dream stuff. Dream stuff and sad meat flesh moments. So back at the front, because there were some barrels up front that seemed to smell of fuel when I had him examine them.
ICM? This feels familiar somehow.
Kim, what is the ICM? Is it a worn out RCM? Sounds like the RCM, Revachol Citizens Militia, White Star. There is a White Star.
No, an upside-down star.
The upside down star of communism.
With its horns in the sky. The symbol of the commune.
Are those spec stars too?
No, that's the uninhabited archipelago.
A DeLorean-era symbol of Insulinda, known as the face in the sea.
RCM. Sounds like RCM.
It does.
Why?
The RCM may descend from the ICM.
May.
It's impossible to say. It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Revachol West was mostly workers and criminals.
Nice political thoughts rush through your neocortex. A mediocre athlete would pant from dragging around his body on a busted crutch. But not you. You're thinking about politics with blood dripping down your thigh.
Is it really? An early observation said I probably don't want to run around. And now endurance is talking about blood dripping down my thigh. What I'm hearing is we descend from the glorious Revolutionary Army. Little embarrassing in 51, no? Need a rebrand? ICM sounds like ICP. Insane Clown Posse. Very close to International Collaboration Police. Nice and normal that way. Just catch your breath. We got time for politics. Descend from the glorious Revolutionary Army the same way Anodic dance music descends from disco.
There were all sorts of groups and groupuscules back then. It doesn't really matter.
So with all that out of the way, what is the ICM? Hey Corpse Eater, howdy to you.
Insulindian Citizens Militia.
Insulindian.
It's the official name of the Communards Army. The black and white army of the revolution.
So all they did really was replace Insulindian with Revacholian.
Sounds an awful lot
like the RCM, the Revachol Citizens Militia. But it's old. What's it still doing here?
After 44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened here, Lieutenant Gefreiter. One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of things like this. Old
How goes
bullets,
the case?
guns, fuel.
The case hasn't been going too far. It's towards the end, I think. But so far, most of today has been musing on communism and Harry having emotional feels for his ex-wife and finally solving all the mysteries of that. Now where are those barrels? You got barrels here that are empty. There's a barrel here. If it's not full, we do? Do we use a boat? Has run empty, almost nothing. I was kind of banking on those, now I am at a loss. Unless I can take this fuel. Just soak it on up. I've got the empty cassette tape to soak up the fuel. And there isn't any other barrel. We might just have to use the boat then.
The skiff is swaying on the waves.
Not to
by
return to the
dock.
mainland, but use the fuel inside it. Not enough fuel, look elsewhere. How about these ones? I haven't had a yellow dot pop up for this. Okay, the cliff looks steep. What about these barrels? Are these barrels in good condition? Do we use these barrels, Kim? Kim? Raphael? Harry? Either one of you? Endurance? Physical instrument? Want to grab one of these? Because I don't think I've seen any other barrel but those.
This old cylindrical jet.
Any barrels of fuel under the bed?
The greasy old spring mattress lies in the corner.
Yes, anytime.
You don't.
No barrels under the bed. Gotta go through this door to get to that door.
The heavy metal door.
Fuel.
Fuel, but what fuel? What fuel, Kim? I don't think I'm good on the hatch. Hold on. One stair is yellow. How'd I miss that? One fuel, one step. Oh, it's just more magnesium. That is a lot of magnesium this area is giving me. That's the third one so far, just that room alone. Can't go to the left. I'm pretty sure there's nothing to the right. Am I actually stuck here? Am I actually doomed to just go back to the mainland? There is a hold button to light stuff up. I've been holding tab almost the whole game. But nothing is illuminating to me. Oh, I haven't been up here yet. Head and pelvis make me wince. End of game. There's a revealed medical history, or revealed medical issue, and we were climbing up a hill in pain while our smarter companion follows along. It's Heaven Vault now. Heaven's Vault. Mistress Lieutenant Yefretor, we can pause anytime you want. There's fuel. Found it. .86 though of lum fuel canister?
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes in the wall.
Could this have been a barn position? We got a couple of concrete windows here. Could lay on the bed with the rifle poking out.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
Kim has the same thought.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns, and an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts.
Sounds like it's been in use. It could have been here. I'm willing to believe it was here.
The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter, the brand Tio Moteri.
Like found at Land's End.
I may have been wrong when I said it wasn't important. This means the same person could have visited both locations.
Could have scoped it out. Could have been when he was looking for his ideal shooting site. Tried Land's End, but it was insufficient. Or they went to Land's End, scoped things out, then entered the big unopenable door, jammed it shut behind them, and took the ferry across. There's no other boats around here, so that seems like a likely shade of events.
I didn't see any signs of smoking inside, though. If people live there, they keep it tidy. This here may also be a smoking spot.
Could be the smoke pit, or could be his nest. Inspect the wall.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window. Quite old and grimy from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain.
Look through the hole. Does it give us a view to the roof of the Whirling in Rags?
The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Trepidation, a tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water, the ruins look familiar.
To the left?
A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A and 33B.
That's pretty close to the Whirling. To the right?
The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the Whirling in Rags. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10. The doomed commercial area.
So like the iron sights of a rifle. 2 buildings on either side, and right between them.
The box-shaped silhouette of the Whirling in Rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop, sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Clausia's room.
This sounds like this was it. And wasn't the island like the lowest probability of being the place where the bullet came from? With our naked eyes, we could see Clausier's window. With a scoped rifle and magnification, they might be able to get all the way in. Motherfucker.
What does that mean? Do you have line of sight to the window?
Yes, there's an opening between 33A and 10. We could see to the roof even.
I can see it. Through the scope of a rifle. The shooter would be prone, lying on the mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure.
It's a perfect location.
Cheek against the cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger, on a calm day like this.
Kim, I can make it. I can make this shot with, where is it? Hand-eye coordination of 4. Totally can.
Good. I think we have it, detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
Affirmative.
Finally, better late than never. Why didn't we come here before? Because there was no boat. Except for Joyce's that she was going to give it to us.
Why? We don't go everywhere in a 1,000-meter radius of the crime scene. That's not procedure.
6 people are dead. We could have prevented it.
Don't beat yourself.
Damage morale.
We did not put guns in their hands. We'll get them drunk.
I find that you're not being able to do the ballistic reconstruction or simply looking through the replaced window to check for sniper's nest and spot this place. Here's the thing though, you do get the visual calculus check, and he goes full on like CSI, Batman Arkham mode, pulling out possibilities, the roof, or B1, 2, and 3. And he does mention the island as one of the possibilities, or an island in the bay. So it does come up as a possibility. The problem is, there's no way of going to any island prior to here. You could go to the boardwalk and beneath the fallen building, and if you find the communist bunkers, like, it can't be here, there's go to the boardwalk. And I can't remember the other place. What was the other one? There was boardwalk, the island, and something else. But they do open the possibility. And if you use the binoculars, back in Martinet, you could see this island. But apart from thinking, hey Kim, could this be it? There's never really any opportunity prior to now to follow through on that possibility. It kind of masks it, saying, well, this is like a 0.0 chance or whatever. So the game misdirects you into thinking it can't possibly be that. Is the nerd next to me the boyfriend? Not yet a weirdo, but if things go well, maybe he is admittedly part of the homosexual underground. And much like Lillian, he does share a good rapport with Harry and laughs to his antics sometimes. Well, Raphael now, the person who used to be Harry, laughs at them now. We got him dancing even. We got him to dance. Ruins, neat, would have been good for that. That's entirely true with her. That is part of why I wanted to get across the sea to scope it out. There was an obvious chain ferry going around. There was Joyce's boat that could have taken us. And if you use the binoculars, hey Kim, could this ruin have been it?
The lieutenant pauses. Regret comes over him.
So I kinda do agree with you, insofar as I really, really wanted to scope out here. Going into the Ruby fight, I was kind of worried that I must have missed out on some opportunity to try the island.
We will make up for it. Here, I feel it.
Could the shooter still be here? There was no boat. No boat could mean he already left. But I kind of feel like I like the idea that it came by chain ferry, and that hasn't come back, so we must still be here.
Where?
In Martinet, on the island, right here, in the mattress. Really hard shot. Other hand, war's been going on. Probably a lot of people who would land a very long shot like that. I don't know. Revolution was 40 years ago, that's more Renee's time. Most people are used to, like, if they get into gunfights at all, it's likely going to be like gang violence or whatever, so more likely short-range encounters. Even the Hardy Boys, I don't see having an actual sniper between them. Maybe the RCM might have a few dedicated snipers if they do that kind of work, if they have SWAT-like capabilities. But for the average gang, even the puta madres, I'd be very surprised if they have people on their teams that could land a shot 1,000 meters away. On the island.
He does not answer, just nods. With his back hunched, he looks around once more.
True
and
Sapan
says,
stars, Renee might have the ability, and him dying is very convenient.
We should move now.
What's on the wall? Medicine cabinet? Newly stocked. Gimme. And all this money it's giving me? As if I could still use money? Eyes on my back. Somebody watching but can't say where. I don't think there's anything around here. That might just be his sixth sense feeling that there's somebody else on the island. His friend lied to you. Wouldn't hand over the sandwich because you were hiding the— Oh. You know, that's perfect. There's weapons all over Martinet from the Revolution, but they're all in inoperable condition. He could have been hiding the firing apparatus inside the sandwich. All he would have to do is open the sandwich, wipe off the ketchup, place a firing pin into the rifle, any rifle, and it works. And he played us all for fools. Get out of the way. Got our fuel now.
This old cylindrical generator, the lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell.
Maybe the Sunday friend is a communist. I don't know. I think he's too moral intern to be communist. I think he's got his secrets to be sure. I don't think it's any coincidence that he's chosen that apartment and that Martin Martinet overlooking that yard. But I think as far as his political alignment goes, he's very transparent on that. 1,000-meter shot is plausible. Well-maintained long arm. Stationary target. It's not an impossible shot, but it does need good, well-maintained equipment and training. I could do like 300 meters myself, but triple that, add a bit extra, and you'll have to find somebody else to do it.
There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch.
So it's not impossible, but I don't think the opportunity is really there for the common gangster to get that kind of training. Not impossible to find it, but it's like Kim is training his weapon and is far-sighted, but I don't think he could make 1,000-meter shots. But it's a pistol, but if he was given a long arm. Am I expecting T500 armor ahead? I should hope not, because I've overwritten that thought. I'm not getting my +2.
The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse.
Might want to
Before
read a couple
settling down
hours to internalize those thoughts. I'm tempted. They both only need like a couple hours left. Hard for gangsters to get that kind of training, except in post-revolution era with a lot of wilderness. I suppose. I'm thinking of like daily day fighting. It's mostly close and mid-range. But they do have wilderness, so if they had the need to train, or the desire to, they could. They would need to find weapons in good conditions. There's caches everywhere. But Kim makes it seem like said caches aren't always in the best condition. And bullets, they'd have to get their hands on bullets. If the bullets are primarily revolutionary in origin, that's a limit to them, which might put a limit to how often they can train. But they could also get their sources from overseas or from the RCM. So maybe more professional outfits might be able to get their hands on such training or the ability to train more often. That's just like supposition, trying to make sense of the world. And there's definitely plenty of ex-military corps either, like the mercenaries we just immolated, which is part of why I'm thinking that whoever did this shot had to be either somebody connected to the military or somebody connected to the moral intern.
That should do it.
Okay. Where's the option? Right, there's no option. It's down to the thing down below. Lights.
It's on.
Automatic boot. The lighting in the room turns on with a sizzle, a dim ambient orange.
Radio?
The dial slides under the dusty glass, dark and silent, despite the power being on. You make out defunct stations on the UKV frequency. The words, "Failed Insula," are written on the band.
Maybe Ruby came to the island while she was going to the bathroom. Even if that was a possibility, I'm fully willing to believe Ruby's innocence.
Insula. This is an off-air radio computer, I believe, used for military communications.
So we can't use it. In that case, open.
The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
And got the big door open too.
After you.
Another easy 10 XP. Before, outside. When we were walking across the sand, I felt someone watching me. Bring that up.
So did I. Not back there, but I felt it since we came here.
What if we get into another fight?
Don't worry. I have a gun.
His gun was able to take down a fully armored mercenary. Through an islet, was it? So I trust him. Even if I've overwritten the thought that gives a +2 hand-eye coordination to enemies in armor, he's got his. He's ever forgotten. Have to say, notion the game has using thoughts as equipment is really good. It is, and it's so organic. Like, maybe it's just been me, but the way I'm holding on to thoughts and how I upgrade them, I'm kind of thinking of it as evolving a thought to a related one, if I have to forget one to replace another. And it's been working out pretty well. Going from, say, wild, fantastical thoughts to narrow it in on something related in theme, but with more benefits. What's there? Point out the door. I also have a gun.
I know. It was not easy to acquire.
So, the door.
I don't know.
A thin wisp of smoke rises from a charred black fire pit. The wind picks up, then dies down again.
And a fortuitous autosave, just in case I do get myself shot. I've got a sword though, so I should be alright. Kim will lay down suppressive fire with the gun, while I rush into melee and get my blood everywhere, breaking my stitches. Walk slow, might be dangerous. Okay, Purple. I'll listen to Purple. Interaction not up ahead. These plants seem different. They got more detail on them. Small white flower blossoms all around me. Even the game's pointing it out. Is this his boat? A little inflatable raft he took over? A rubber dinghy. Ah, that could have been then. Oh, who's this? There's a person right there with the gun watching us. He's totally fine with me being here. Gonna look around a bit more. Nothing else here. Nothing else here. There's a box. And a noise that sounds like a combination of metal on metal and a puppy screeching. But it's only around here, it seems like. I'm still hearing it here too. Is it everywhere? No, then it's gone. Only up ahead? Then I hear it. So this area? Anyway. Fireman.
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth.
The deserter. What does that say about your allegiances? Older fellow, moniker of the deserter, looks on communism in your room.
Then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours. Unclouded by cataracts, his eyesight is sharp.
Oh, I forgot to wait. Wait and do some rest before talking to him. That's okay. What have I really missed out on? -2 physical instrument. And all red checks fail. It's just going outside. All I miss is going outside. It's only a couple of hours to... You never noticed that noise before, really? It's pretty loud on my earbuds. Or earbuds, my headphones. Pretty big earbuds. Okay, how much time am I wasting? An hour and a half in 2 hours. So not that long?
It's the ledger you found
Okay,
in the
which
trash.
case?
It takes about half an hour. It would
Square hole
be-
murders?
That's all
No, not the
you
square hole
know.
murders.
Don't worry. One day.
Unexpected
Some
location?
insufferable. They were leaving cigarette. No, you didn't have some.
There.
Yes, they were leaving it cigarette. No. You
Breakthrough
didn't have
imminent.
some. Yes, they were leaving it out.
Breakthrough
Cigarette
imminent.
butts. No, you didn't have time for. Not much has changed.
Just
in
5
the
o'clock.
meanwhile.
Either unobservant or a new edition for the final cut. Really? Haven't finished the first version? Supan Stars, you have to then. You have to. Your homework for the weekend is go back to the final cut.
How not to lose. It is impossible not to. The world is balanced on the edge of a knife. It's a game of frayed nerves. You're pushed on by numbers and punitive measures, pain, rejection, and unpaid bills. You can either play, or you can crawl under a boat and waste away. Turn into salt, or a flock of seagulls. Your enemies would love that. Or you can fight. The only way to load the dice is to keep on fighting.
Critical success failure thresholds lowered by 1.
Wasteland of reality. Congrats, you're sober. It will take a while for your body to remember how to metabolize anything that isn't sugar from alcohol. So you're going to be pretty ravenous soon. Eat plenty. You can expect your coordination and balance to improve in a couple of weeks. In 2 months, you might start sleeping like a normal person. Full recovery will take years though. It'll be depressing, and it'll be boring. Don't expect any further rewards or hand claps. This is how normal people are all the time.
There you go, Dora, we're sobering up. We're getting our psyche back. Nah, it's Kim and Leah now. +1 psyche, so everything gets a +1 except suggestion in an empire. Stays the same. Little less physical instrument, which is alright. And +1, or was it critical success and failure thresholds lowered by 1? I'm hoping that means that a 10 is as good, 10? An 11 is good as a 12 for critical success. but critical failure lowered by 1. Double 1s are insta-failure, but I can't roll a 1 or a 0. What have I not done yet? Rigorous self-critique is 6 whole hours. 20 minutes for overproductive honor glands. 5 hours for suicide at Krasmazov. And Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center still hasn't been done. But it only takes 42 minutes if I want to try out the Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center. But I was going to say, I think I'm pretty solid on everything. But Arno van Eyck is kind of weak. Hooray, I get to see posters everywhere. Which maybe would be neat if I still had the skill that gives a +1 to every dot clicked. And all Motorix white checks unlocked. Motorix wasn't an issue. You've restarted 20 times. Dang, that is devotion. Wumpty Dumpty Dom is only 42 minutes. Overprotective honor glands is only 20 minutes. Arno van Eyck, I'm comfortable replacing. So I could do overprotective honor glands or Wumpty Dumpty Dom. Anything else I might want to replace. +2 volition. Volition is already fantastic, right? Volition is 10. Empathy and volition are kings in this game. It probably wouldn't hurt too much going from 10 to 8 volition and giving logic a boost to 6. So Arno van Eyck could totally be replaced. Magnesium-based life form could be. -1 difficulty to all physique passives. Passives only. It's alright. Endurance and volition. Oh, this is cool. That's cool. Critical success and failure thresholds lowered by 1. Feels pretty situational. Detective Cousteau stays. Finger pistols stay. So Arno van Eyck could totally be replaced. Then again, it's 2 skill points each, that leaves you 1 behind, but it's 7 experience for the next level. Alright, I can replace magnesium-based life form. We're getting our sobriety after all. Replace Arno van Eyck with my overprotective honor glands. You know what? I probably should have saved first, just in case I don't like what these things give me. Whoops. And magnesium? Let's get the Wumpty Dumpty Dom, because you two are quick. And how could I not see what the Wumpty Dumpty Dom was about?
It's the ledger you found in the trash. It takes about half an hour to piece one together. Some insufferable. They were leaving cigarette. No.
Breakthrough imminent already.
You didn't have time for that.
Breakthrough imminent already.
Not much has changed.
What'd I get?
Overproductive on the glands.
Yeah?
Here it is. It's titled Honor for the Brave and goes, I have no family. I make honor my family. I have no home. I make bravery my home. I have no desire. I make dignity my desire. I have no friends. I make humility my friend. I have no enemy. I make dishonor my enemy. This is my vow of honor for the brave. I am brave. Something like that. It's not the words that matter. It's the honor.
And for sacrificing -4 drama for 20 minutes, you get plus 25. I'm assuming this is meant to be a, what is it? Like if you use a decimal comma, use a period instead where normal people use commas. So 25,000 honor points. And learning cap, that's it? Oh, just learning cap and honor points. Another one you could toss aside then. And the Wumpty Dumpty Dom.
Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center. You're at home, stupid cop. Not with the art crowd.
What? But we're actual
hate
art
them.
degree cop.
Everyone hates them. Even they hate themselves. It's nauseating. An industry built on sprezzatura and sparkling wine. And, let's be honest, tax evasion schemes. The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center is the heart of this unholy symbiosis of aesthetics and tax optimization. And now that you've internalized it, you can have a piece too.
What's it give me? For its 42 minutes. -2 suggestion, oh, cause I'm a pretentious wanker. But it gives plus 10 XP and 2 real for every encyclopedia passive. I don't know about sacrificing 2 suggestion, but 10 experience and plus 2 real for every common encyclopedia check might be worth it. Especially if you synergize actual art degree with Wumpty Dumpty Dom, that is plus 10 XP for every single conceptualization passive and plus 10 XP for every encyclopedia passive. That can definitely give you enough skill points to make up for the 2 suggestion. This might be worth it if I got this way earlier on, like day 3 at the earliest, once you unlock the fishing village. I can go to the Found Center and talk to the other cop. But I feel like taking -2 suggestion this late in the game has only impeded my ability. But now I know what they do. Suggestion is down to 4 now. Extremely good thought early on, yeah, exactly. Maybe not so much for the end of the game, I mean. But if you unlock that on day 3, as early as possible, go for it, that'd be amazing. An additional plus 10, that's part of what makes the actual art degree so useful, because conceptualization speaks up all the time. So you get experience all the time. And so if you have the exact same thing for encyclopedia, 10 experience for every single common encyclopedia check plus 2 real. I don't know where that 2 real is coming from. That's good, that's powerful. And that's what you just read until day 3. Skip everything, come back later, get the experience. Jamais vu, Wumpty Dumpty Dom, and actual art cop. Swimming in levels. Well, to be honest, I'm still satisfied with what we got. The spread of skills worked pretty well for an over-emotional cop who's deep into his fantasies. But and is kind of falling apart physically and physically. It's worked out for the role-playing, and the thoughts haven't steered me wrong too badly so far, so I'm satisfied either way. Satisfied either way, but I'm still going to reading Steiner back to before that, and simply complete the thoughts I'm already doing. Where was that? Where's that book? That's a postcard. There's interact.
It's the letter you found. It takes about half. Some assholes, yes, they were leaving a cigarette. No. Yes, they were leaving a cigarette. No. Some assholes brought, yes, they were leaving cigarette. No. You didn't have time. Not much has changed in the the precarious world. How not
Thought
to
complete.
lose wasteland.
Thought
of
complete.
reality. Congrats.
Congrats indeed. Alright, on to the rest of the game then. Walk slow. Okay. If the game's saying walk slow, I'll walk slow. But how do you live? Skipping the first 3 days. Doing nothing but reading, because that's 60 real minimum you gotta be making? To survive 3 nights of the whirling? I suppose you could sell Kim's hubcaps. If that gives you 100. Or is that just for damages? Because the damages too you gotta pay for, isn't there? That's right. That was so long ago now. But that was... the damages you gotta pay for, and then 20 each night. Okay, deserter, let's speak. Get this flashlight up in your face.
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth, then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours. Unclouded by cataracts, his eyesight is sharp. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
That can't be his motivation, it can't purely be hate. And if it is, towards what? I'm willing to believe that the murder wasn't just against Laylee, but was a spark, a violent catalyst in Revachol. But then for who? Does he just want to see the world burn, or has he got some kind of agenda? You retrained your eyesight? Are you the fire guy? Did you close the blast door? Nice gun. Sir, put down the gun so you can talk further with the police. With the police, you can keep the gun. But keep it down, not one move. Or just goodbye. Are you the fire guy?
The what now?
Did you recently tell 2 kids to put out their fire? 2 twins.
I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position.
The position sounds like a hiding place.
Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up.
Hey, I'm using the language of my intercollegiate wars. You've retrained your eyesight.
My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit.
So if he's speaking about regressive bourgeois, could it be this guy is the one true communist in the Isles? And he was doing all this because, unlike the book readers, he truly believes, truly believes, that sparking a violent revolution is the only way to true material change. Is that what it all boils down to? The liberals and the moral in turn have a tight grip on the status quo, and no true change could come, not union or otherwise, unless true Krasmazov. My father. Oh, maybe. He cut his sideburns? Nice gun you got there.
It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done.
Is that a Bell McGraw?
It's a Triangong 446.
446.
A Samaron rifle. How did you get hold of one?
Does the 446 suggest a caliber? Because if so, cross off murder weapon found on the list.
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. Military aid.
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
The Sinyao commune? Could it be all this wasn't the moral in turn of the mercenaries of the Union or anybody else, but communists from overseas? The Samaran Peril. Like any good Cold War era pulp novel where you go after one bad guy, but it turns out there was another communist faction from overseas all along.
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk, white from the ball.
Did you close the blast door?
I did. And you opened it. How?
Fuel the generator, then use the console. Easy as that.
I should have burned that console down.
How'd you know I was coming?
Reactionary rock and roll music. Playing on the water.
Oh, that was my doing.
Told you we shouldn't play sad FM.
You didn't say that, Kim. It was not rock and roll, it was sad FM. It wasn't reactionary, it was cool.
The fascists were right about rock and roll. It is degenerate, hip gyrating, mental illness music.
And now he's punching down to mental illness? That is not cool, man. Your weapon to stay true to you. Mine to stay true to me too. Hand on hip, hand on belt.
Yes, I bet you've killed a lot of people with it. You fascist fuck.
Oh, what? If you kill people, it's okay, but if I do, it's not.
Have you come to make me one of them?
Grim Titans.
His right eye twitches. With what? Fear? Rage?
We have come to ask you questions, nothing more. If you do not comply, we will take you in. Do you understand?
Dude has years of loneliness and is mad as a hatter. He's not pushing down to mental illness. See, even if he's got some himself, I truly think he is using it as like a derogatory thing, putting it in the same box as degeneracy and hip shaking or whatever else. Put your gun down so you could talk further. He's not going to. He sees the uniform and sees fascism in it. Can keep the gun. Would probably be the best way to get him to cooperate with this line of questioning. Not one move.
No. Put it down now, sir.
Kim, I'm trying to be friendly with him. His hand is on the upper assembly. It's not even on the trigger.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway.
We're playing good cop, bad cop here. I say it's okay. Kim pulls out his gun.
It's out of bullets.
Pick up the gun lying in the sand. Oh, Kim put his gun away. He could have a knife. I'd pick it up if Kim said his gun trained on him. Pick it up.
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stocked and patched in places with tape and wire.
Inspect it closer.
The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangle, 4.46mm, made in Sinyao.
It's as he said, Changyong made in Sinyao.
No one said it has to be Belmagrave.
Doesn't have to face the same rounds.
From ballistics, it could easily have been a triangle, too.
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanti Shanti. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition. And it does.
Jacketed ammunition and 4.46.
The right type and the right calibre.
He's liking this.
Still the gun.
The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. Some kind of involuntary response. Something is slightly off with his motorics.
It does kind of look like his right hand is still locked in a trigger pose. It could be instinctual, could be the muscle memory.
This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession. In time.
In time. Who are you first? Be polite.
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol.
4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. So it's not just the peril from overseas of good, classic Cold War pulp, predictable plot twist at the end. More of a remnant to hold out then? Someone who either didn't know the war was over, or a holdout thereof that believes the war shouldn't be over? The mercenary might not have been his first victim.
I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
So it wasn't anyone then. It wasn't Clausier setting up something for the moral in turn. Nor some intrigue within factions of the mercenary band. But a holdout from the revolution 40-some years ago.
The commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? You're a holdover from the...
From the Insular Indian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in '07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in '08.
Knew I should have worn my Ushanka.
I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
Been on this island 43 years. That is a whole year longer than Raphael's been alive. Well, Raphael's been alive 7 days. That's a whole year longer than Harry's been alive. And exactly as long as Kim's been alive.
No. I've been on other islands too. I was in Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was on E48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago.
Been hiding here for 43 years. Maybe not here, but here.
43 years and 10 months.
Insane, steadfast. The length of my entire life.
It's too long. It's not how a human being should live. But I couldn't just forget what I saw.
He just couldn't.
Couldn't give up.
He nods. But he can now.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
Where the afternoon grows late, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people walk home. Street lights will soon be lit. Further inland, the streets are alive with workers, men, women, children, street hawks and migrant laborers. The temperature is steady. Alto cumulus clouds form
Tom Lear
above.
is awesome.
41.
Still alive. Tom Lear sounds familiar. Which one was he? Was that a folk singer? I recognize the name, but I can't put anything else to it.
Two police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer inspects a series of burnt black letters splashed across the plaza mosaic.
We couldn't speak to him because he wasn't there yet, but he's found our Cindy and Raphael collaborative handiwork. Old-timey pianist comedian. So I recognize it then. Transfusion wasn't him, right? I'm thinking of somebody else for that one.
Patrol officer Judith Minot points west. The fishing village. She glances at her watch. We meet in 15 minutes. It's a 10-minute walk.
Two of the cops of his old entourage coming to the village. There's a third, who sometimes takes his kid to the Fawn building. And any Oralova might have ties to the Puta Madre. We all came together, and then they abandoned me during my bender. Where have they been? And why they've left is still a mystery.
The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smoldering. One day, it says, I will return to your side.
Always waiting
For what?
for her to return.
Oh, deserter, you're also waiting for your own Dolores Day.
Her who?
Girl child revolution.
Girl child revolution. I come from there, the mainland, could assure you that is not what people are planning. Been there, the city's a tinderbox and may still happen. I've seen it. Capital's too powerful. The rich are very well organized. Women will always betray you. I think that's exactly what's happening. It's not just Everard, who totally is planning to spark some catalyst to vitally take over. That's one thing. That's him taking over one corner. That might be more egalitarian under him and his brother. But there's definitely stuff going on in the background. So many esprit de corps successes has been talking about all these things being found. So many caches, weapons lined up in shacks. By itself, it's nothing, right? It's, oh well, look at that. All across Revachol, they're still finding the bones of the revolution. But it keeps happening. They're still finding stuff being found, not just there, but collected, I think. I think folks are preparing. He wrote the song about the subway station. We'll take the subway from Cambridge to Boston to spell out the sound of hackspit. And most of his songs are snarky as hell. I gotta look this up. The city is a tinderbox. It may still happen. Most people aren't planning for it. But there are embers.
It won't. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do.
Always waiting for some historic opportunity. Like a teenager with a crush, waiting for the perfect moment to confess to their beloved. But it never happens.
What has he done? Perhaps a confession would lighten the load.
What have you done then?
Yes, what? To get things going again? Fan the flame?
There is no flame to fan. There is nothing left of the world, of our dreams.
You said you deserted your unit.
I was just 16 years old, 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith.
Prep that tab for later.
And of courage, too.
A lapse of faith.
You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took
For what?
for reaction to take hold.
What's reaction?
Petty bourgeois terror. It's in all men.
Wasn't reaction, you were just afraid. When was this exactly? From the top, go down the list, order preference.
It's the same thing. You haven't seen it. Not really. Not naked. It's impossible not to be afraid.
And this was when?
May the 13th, 08, 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky and it looked like it formed the clouds, storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic.
Might as well have been on this universe of Elysium.
The
Dark magic.
combined might of international capital all at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower, huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room.
A terrible shame still within him. The lobes of his ears are red with it. The shame and smallness of what he became.
You didn't go to the map room.
No. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers there, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened at the ordnance all night, and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring.
What was that?
Airships. I climbed out into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too, shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality.
Seen what? Sees what happens when ideology and theory is all you have. Against a hardened stone of real conditions. That's not reaction, you lived. Seen what?
The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know that the bourgeois are not human.
Always gotta reduce the enemy to an inhuman state. A very fascist answer, deserter. You've lost your mind. I've always suspected the same. That's enough now. Say nothing, let him finish. Let him tell his story.
I had to. I had to fight it. I had to never stop.
So is that to say then that he has been spending the past how many years picking off bourgeois one after another? What is this place, this island?
It's not an island, Dwight. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender.
And it's also a landmass completely surrounded by water that makes it an island? What was it used for?
The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world.
The landing retaken in Revachol?
Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone.
I am not one of them. Might be RCM, and thus a stooge of the mole in turn. And the coalition government. We're not one of them. First, I'm not one of them.
Sure you are. You're RCM. Answer me. Who calls an operation against 50 million people Deathblow?
Murderers. I know what you mean. Whoops.
Peanuts.
Clicked. What did I click through? What did I say? You don't know, haven't seen it. Iblis. Understood, Iblis. I have to reset everything again now because I clicked through too quickly.
It's not the congenital coalition death blow. You done
Iblis?
the black-eyed angel.
Okay, alright, I'm satisfied. How have you survived all this time?
How does anyone survive? I steal
What do you steal?
supplies, vegetables. I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too.
So ultimately, the great big mystery is the guy who killed the mercenary and nearly blew up the entirety of Martinet into warfare and bloodshed in the streets was an old man with a self-imposed mission who was about to die anyway.
He does seem frail. Good for his age. More like 75 than 65. Trouble putting on weight could mean cancer.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
You also have Druamine.
We also have Druamine and other opioid-based painkillers. You must be in pain. Opioids. The drug of the bourgeois. Or the fascists to keep you in line. How about painkillers? You want painkillers?
I have been running out of that
Oh, he's good on
stuff.
painkillers. That's not degeneracy. It's degeneracy until he needs it. This is a serious situation. You need to be looked over and we can do it.
There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. Administer morphine. Moribund.
How have you coped mentally?
I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of... I don't even know what. Inferno?
Unappreciatively, I also live in hell. I also have holes in my brain. Notice the lieutenant is about to say something. First, build some rapport.
At least you know it. The traders of this city turned the lights back on in the 30s, after the fighting stopped. Ruins, glittering in the dark like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
How have you concealed yourself all these years? And he hasn't just been hiding on an island, he's been back out on the mainland every once in a while to resupply.
It was hard in the Thames. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of
He knows
course.
Boogie Street and Yuki Party.
Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequency's dead.
How did you get between here and the mainland? He's old, he probably isn't using chains anymore, but he has a dinghy.
At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
Maybe he got sick from blowing the boat all the time and deflating it and reflating again. Got himself some dengue fever.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted.
Why don't you just walk there? The weapons cache under St. Ghislaine 22B in the basement. Has he been there?
So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right?
You like that one, Wither? I'm kind of proud of that one myself. We were damaged beyond use.
I know.
So you've been there?
Sleeping.
Level up!
Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
You feel the dots connecting. Little dots on the map he's walked across.
There's a small bunker under the Feld building. He stayed there.
The propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
Too painful.
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys. A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground.
So why not just walk into town then? Why don't you just walk there?
I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
I don't know. They might not be actively trying to build their 0.0001% of communism, but they have their lives, their outlooks, their hopes and dreams, their happinesses.
He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking.
It's personal
laughing.
then. Okay, do you smoke Tia Mortiri cigarettes?
I do.
Ever smoke them on the mainland?
They're good. Plenty of tar. I like that boy on the pack, too. Reminds me of the last century.
Alright, another thing.
The old man looks across the water at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it.
So you're a communist soldier from the communist army.
No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army.
But you said you were trained and assigned to the Defense Corps.
Trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something.
And what does a political commissar do again?
The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see a small tremor pass through his legs.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the Commune.
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a night philosopher of the revolution, a future human.
Get this tea going. Is this supposed to be a while?
Awakened from shutdown by the promise of ideology, he was like a cleric, a shepherd.
You were like a priest then?
No, the opposite of that. A future human, not a human of the past.
So a priest then. So you're a trained communist then?
He nods slowly, then another tremor.
Not really to politics myself. There's no point lying now, Raphael. Say nothing. Or see what it says.
No, like you belong to the Moralist Party.
Nuh-uh.
No, trained.
The old man,
His job,
Scientific.
awakened from he was like a cleric, a shepherd. Okay then, overmystified that a bit. He nods slowly.
What would you say if I
tremor.
lie and say not really into politics myself?
You're a inert lumpen with a gun.
detective. We have not come here to discuss ideology.
Says you, Kim.
We have come to ask questions regarding a murder investigation.
The old man spits into the fire pit. He does not say anything more. A jitter passes his lower body. There's definitely something off with his body. Something more than just metabolism or even cancer.
So tell us about termless surrender.
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol.
Not coalition appointed, just try to help the people. That's right, we're the good guys. We enforce the laws. We keep these animals from killing each other. Know what it looks like, but I have secret plans to turn the RCM into a Mazovian revolutionary unit. Or just for RCM, leave it at that. It turns out that the Puta Madre thing was a facade. We are really trying to turn the RCM into a Mazovian revolutionary unit.
Rock and roll posturing. You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, the radical
Exactly,
monsters
Krasmazov's
who-
peones.
Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
Easy, old man, easy. Could explain it all when he take you down to the station.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit.
Assuming he doesn't die right here from the effort of interrogation.
Rene, the royalist on the coast, said,
The Communard sign, the Revacholian instrument of surrender.
Only the army. Liberal reactionaries signed it for them. Traitors who should have been burned alive. I am a political commissar of the Communist Party, and the party never surrendered.
I am so accustomed to tanky types who, if anyone disagrees with them, leftist or otherwise, they could be the biggest anarchists in the world. If they disagree, suddenly, oh, you're just a liberal.
Is that part of why you've been here all this time? Because the party didn't surrender?
he just wipes the blood from his chin.
Honorable, insane, understood. We haven't eternalized Honor Cop.
I don't think you did. You live in a delusion. Radio shows, speed racing, and sporting goods. It's not real.
Other serious questions then?
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce.
At first, I thought the stay put for now, old man was a joke leave. But if he's really surrendering, has nothing else, I could totally take time to put on my composure clothes. More than poor health, disturbed motorics, assess body language. What have you been using this gun for? First, I got close for composure, I think.
I ain't going anywhere.
Items. I could sell it for $70, it's evidence, but I totally could. Could I give him the revolutionary? Even with all these things that I could sell, I'm not gonna make the 700 real for the street light. What was I doing? Clothes, that's right. Give him the figurine to win him back. Totally! Dolores Day and Dora were red herrings. I gotta win back the last true communist. Okay, where's my composure clothes? +1 composure. Dress up in full modern degeneracy to convince him. Been through these clothes a billion times, but I'm still gonna go through one by one by one. Minus composure. Plus composure. There's no more ugly tie. My horrific tie is long gone now. Out in burning glory. Minus composure, minus composure. Bam. And then hat to put him at ease. Composure of +3. Composure of 7. And I have to take this one because there's no raising it up any higher than this. I got 4 skill points I could use, but there's no more bumping it up.
Minions of capital. What do you want?
83%, so I probably won't have to save scum.
For a 60-year-old man,
So I will have to save scum. I'm going to pretend that we've unlocked more composure to redo the white check.
Minions of capital.
There we go.
what strikes you about this gaunt man is not the stomach pain, or the cough, or the malnutrition. For a man who's spent 44 years hidden in the urban wild,
He's surprisingly okay. Has he been feasting on the Insolidian phasmid? Is that why we can't find any?
indeed, he speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid, if erratic. His voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas. Above all, he seems animated.
Animated by ideology, by the spirit of communism itself.
It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads, as he just stares at the logs or the reeds. He also suffers mood swings, bubbling to the surface, unconstrained by his nervous system.
Is it drugs? Are drugs part of his shopping list as he walks back into town? Partially for the pain, partially for the reactionary boredom that a human animal as himself succumbs to after 44 years of bushes.
Great leaps of emotion, from anger to grief,
Or dementia.
despair.
I'm no doctor. Could it be dementia?
You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. When his thoughts move, they are lucid, keen even, not senile.
So not dementia? Could it be drugs then?
Is it some kind of substance damage? Like he's addicted to something? Not only the painkillers he's clearly on.
Electrochemistry suggests drugs, but of course electrochemistry would. Would a foul temper be a byproduct of his life, like Renee?
Perhaps, but his seems more than that. The inner turmoil takes unexpected turns, as if forced on him in a way. In summary, you sense some underlying neurological disorder.
Mr. Dross, are you on some kind of psychoactive substance?
No. I won't be stuffed full of shit like the rest of this city.
You just asked for morphine earlier.
You said you take painkillers.
Yeah, kids are taking notes.
I take them to cope with pain. The people of this city use painkillers because they have pain. Untreated illnesses, not enough money for a greedy doctor.
So, you do take some kind of psychoactive substance?
He is indeed very lucid at times. It's not a downer, rather an upper, judging by his snaps.
You're on amphetamines. You and Kuno party.
Like some kind of decadent rock star.
Are you okay? How was your memory?
No, I'm not okay. I shit blood, and I'm surrounded by insane people.
There it is again. Erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the stomach thing too, of course. Could it be a symptom of overdosing on something? Something even you have not tried? Keep your eyes peeled.
Electrochemistry that almost sounds like you have his message at heart. Keep your eyes peeled. See if it's something that you could help him with. But no, something you haven't tried, tucked away in there. Stay put for now, old man. Gotta get my good clothes back on. Gotta get my logic shirts. And my logic depot. Maybe I'll keep the Ushenka on. The shirt gives a +1 to logic. For 4. 4's not too bad, I guess. Where is it? I'm wearing my logic shirt already. Esprit de corps and visual calculus, but do I need visual calculus right now? More logic, more suggestion, more drama and electrochemistry. Empathy and hand-eye is pretty good. Visual calc, what are the glasses? Savoir-faire. Encyclopedia might be helpful. Nah, I think I'm alright. Logic for authority? How's authority holding on right now? Authority's at 7. Authority's a mighty beast. But maybe I might want to keep authority. Shoes is composure and savoir-faire. Reaction speed, hand-eye core for less encyclopedia. Authority for less composure. Perception, empathy. Sneakers. And conceptualization. You get a point. A singular point, that's as far as conceptualization could go. Maybe one for encyclopedia. Encyclopedia's fallen behind, logic has fallen behind. Everybody else is great except for physical instrument. Because having inherited Harry's body, that's falling apart. We got used, damaged goods. Maybe Shivers a +1. I like Shivers. Shivers can keep going. Fine. Logic hat. The Ushenka's not gonna make a big difference for him anyway. And I like the Peepo. That is a cop of the people. That is a people's Peepo.
Minions of capital. What do you want?
So what have you been using this gun for?
I've used it for killing people.
These 44 years?
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war.
So after, yes.
Class war is never over.
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay.
All he had to do was discover the curative properties of hypnotic dance music. Egghead is right there. No war but class war.
This is it. You can feel it, like battery acid on the tip of your tongue. Something you haven't felt in a while. But
But what?
this is what you live for. This is the shit.
Is it? Is this where it all comes together?
The great serotonin jackpot. The solution.
The solution.
Go in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first.
Okay, so make him repeat it. But no euphemisms.
Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
I don't think my little psyches are lying to me or trying to mislead me. They're giving their perspectives. And it's all sound. It could all synergize together. You're saying you killed people after active fighting stopped. Did you use that gun to shoot and kill a colonel of the security contractor Krenel? I know you want to tell me. Have you killed anyone with that gun in the last week or two? Wait, so which one do I say?
Nothing comes to you. Silence. His black eyes look at you, and in them a chill, like electricity running up your spine, crawling into your skull.
What?
All is not as it seems.
Oh, Shivers. The voice of Ravishal coming to add something into the stew?
Detective.
Damn it. Ask it already, he wants to say.
Alright, fine. Even the city's telling me. Alright, I know you want to tell me. Have you killed anyone with that gun in the last week or two? All is not as it seems.
I don't want to tell you anything, you grotesque murderer.
And why did you think that was a good idea? Don't listen to me. I'm wrong all the time.
Yeah, you are a suggestion. Did you use that gun to shoot and kill the colonel of the security contractor Krenel?
The who now?
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it again. This is dramatic flair on his part. Right choice. We're in. Do it, sire.
Suggestion? That's the last advice of Rosamund to take. Don't listen to suggestion. The corpse in the ceramic armor, hanging behind the boarding in rags as you shoot him. The fascist death squad, who took a bullet in the mouth of the night of March 4th. Ellis Cortana, part of a security detail in Martinet. A beautiful, strong man sent here by the Honorable Private Military Company Krenel. You know who I mean. The fascist death squad.
Oh yes, that one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
I thought this was an unconditional surrender. Admit to your crime, old man.
Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. Get a confession. The gun. The murder weapon is the perfect opener. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember. Something about the tracks. Suddenly, all those tracks are so confusing. Go with something else first.
Okay, not the tracks. You think Ruby framed him, Saban Stars? I don't know. Ruby was one of the tracks that hung up the guy. But there was an unknown set of footprints in the whirling itself, and this guy does sneak around. He could have gotten a look at the guy in the armor at some point and heard some of his war stories of war crimes against innocent people overseas. Shot came from the island. I don't need your cooperation, I got this gun. What am I forgetting? Hit yourself on the side of the head. I've got this gun.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
Ruby is Secrecy CEO of Walled Pines and my mother. You're telling me that my mother hooked up with Krasmazov in hiding? Oh, no wonder then that they split up with that huge ideological rift between them.
It's a real gun, not like your little musketeer pistols. I've seen you prance around with those, jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons, eh? Going against automatic rifles with a flame bomb.
He saw that.
Of course you got all those boys killed.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen.
What do you mean, damn? It's like, oh yeah, he saw.
He would have a good view of the tribunal from here. It's not just empty boasting. So he saw you. Okay. So what?
We
Don't
saved
let
a
it
lot of them.
divert you.
The leader Titus handled. Stop cheating the subject. We have the murder weapon. Don't let it divert me. Volition hasn't steered me wrong yet.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
Dramatically ask. You think we have the murder weapon? I'm calling it. We have the murder weapon. I'm calling it. Dramatically ask, you think we have it?
4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range.
Modified for
We have
range.
it. This is it.
Yeah, I'm calling it then. We have the murder weapon.
Good.
What if Lena is my mother and Moral is secretly Krasmazov? No, I don't know. Moral doesn't seem the type. He's been chasing after fictional things, whereas Krasmazov would have been chasing after communism. But Lena does have an affection for her. She calls her sweetie. She's very motherly, so maybe.
This feels good, doesn't it? Tying things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Murder.
Like a marionette on some invisible string.
Joyce being our mother? The list of suspects just keeps growing. I'm not quite sure the age difference between Raphael and Joyce, but she has been very accommodating to us, even willing to explain the most basic concepts of reality. That's not just kindness, that is someone with a maternal urge to see their child succeed.
This pushed him, but not enough. Just a little more.
We've done the ballistics. The shots came from the island.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession. You've been here a long time, Mr. Dross. Too long. You clearly need medical aid.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part.
He's practically admitting to it. Dead fascists for fascists. Done his part.
Oh, I thought fasces was feces. That was close.
Just one thing remains unclear. The rifle does not seem to have a scope.
No scope. You no scope tip. How'd you make the shot without a scope? You have everything else. The Minigu killed him. Best uninterrupted line of sight to the window, not a Martinet. How did you make the shot without a scope? If I ask about that, he could still be confessing to it. Said, I need a scope to kill the fascies.
Forget about your stupid fucking scope. I don't know where it is. Find it yourself. It's your problem now.
He lost it. He just doesn't know where it is. Forget it. Push on.
Fine. So he meant to killing him.
You're sad for your fascia brother, aren't you? One twig got broken. Now the others are sad.
So sad about him, I had to kill the rest. Had to complete my collection.
Almost. He almost burst out there. Keep piling arguments. Anything.
Anything? There was another option.
I saw
You had direct visibility. You've been...
I'm ready.
He's just one thing remains
Best
unclear.
uninterrupted line of sight
The rifle
into the
does not
window.
see-
Because it's a sniper's nest, you stupid fuck. Radio Gosh is right. You have worms in your brain.
Almost. He almost burst out there. Keep piling arguments. Anything.
Okay, I want to see what I'm forgetting, but I also think that hitting myself on the side of the head isn't going to leave a good impression on him.
Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof.
The Maybells that I wasn't able to catch. Everything's gotta connect. What about them?
There were Maybells in the grass when you got here. And Maybells on Clausia's balcony.
Did he leave them there? And what would the significance be? We never got to examine them because Red Check failed.
Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now, they're gonna come up.
Of course. Thank you, Head. Thank you.
You got it. Remember? The boot prints were like no modern soul. Maybe don't beat yourself anymore, though. You're not immortal.
Maybells by the victim's window. Saw them growing here. Ah, that's both. The Maybells first.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them.
He seems tender suddenly, nostalgic even. A strange mood swing.
Though this kind of does feel like reaching. There's Maybells here, there's Maybells at the window. Must be him.
So many this year, too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away.
I haven't seen flowers anywhere else in Martinique. These flowers at least, only here.
They blossom on the islets before we fertilize them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May before they ruined it.
South, the Bay of Martinez is dotted with little freckles of islets, turning green, with white flowers in white snow.
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
Him setting it up for me.
I may.
A young woman called Claudia ring any bells, flowers like these behind her window.
Clausier.
You know her, right? She had intimate relations with the victim, or a mercenary.
With the victim.
I gotta keep watching my words. Murder, ha! Victim, ha! I'm immortal, nobody else could load a prior save. We're keeping that on the down low. It expands the pale every time I do it, so I'm trying not to so much.
There is a small tremble. Looks like a smile. A crooked smile. Yet isn't quite voluntary. He's about to burst. Don't leave any loose ends. Get him on everything.
On everything. What brand of boots are you wearing?
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa? Some shit.
Show me the souls, please, Mr. Doras.
He's already opened his soul. Now show us your soul.
Fucking imbecile.
Black and white spiral pattern.
The maker is called a Sensorique. You see their V-shaped logo, but can't make out the size. These are not the unusual horizontal pattern souls you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
There's no way that it's the same shoe from 44 years. My shoes are pretty old. Probably a decade. And they're falling apart. The soles are like stripped bare and flat. They're gonna start poking holes to the inner sole soon enough. That's a decade. 44 years. And he'd be walking around like Sam Vimes, with his feet practically tickling the cobblestones. So he could be replacing shoes periodically, and when he does, the soles change but the size remains.
The size fits, but not the sole.
97%? Maybe simpler than that?
Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right now.
People change shoes. It doesn't mean you weren't there, near the room the victim died in, sneaking around.
Racking those brains, are you? Desperate to report something back to your masters? They must have really loved that dead fuck.
He has the same abilities I've got. The ability to change clothes to fit the situation.
The lieutenant gives you a quick sideways glance and nods to acknowledge. The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. He can't keep them from flickering, looking for something. The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silence suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance.
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer.
Yeah.
Armored and armed.
Yeah.
He wasn't human. The
Well,
blunt
was a bad
end
human.
of a hammer, dripping with blood.
It was pretty terrible, yeah. He was a rapist. I'm not saying he didn't deserve it. He was a killer, but still under the protection of the law. He was a soldier too. He was a man. But he's not a man if he's a soldier for the wrong ideology. He was a rapist. Not saying he did not deserve it.
Beating us to the ground, moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner.
Would have been all too happy to let the hanging man lie. If it wasn't for that murder, and that murder particularly sparking a powder keg in the city that would have led to worse, that was my big motivator. Who cares about the terrible guy? There's the entire thing about to blow up if we don't solve this and find the right person. And it blew up anyway.
Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
That's the thing, Deserter. They were going to die by the hundreds if we didn't step in.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
So you shot him.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
Is that a yes?
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling. While the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
So nod or hold, nod or hold. I feel like if I hold my breath, there's gonna be a failed physical instrument to keep holding it, just nod.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase. And I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth.
That is a confession. We got him, Hook 'em Lou.
I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her.
And then?
Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own. And so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
Extracting confession. More level ups.
And you were looking at them, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The old man nods.
Why?
He was lonely. He's been out for 44 years. Everybody else is degeneracy.
Because that's what they were doing.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from.
Okay, so motive.
You can coax it out of him. The lieutenant's preparing the ground.
I don't understand. Do you, detective?
Why were
I don't
you
understand
looking at
this
them
part.
that night? He was sneaking around, probably during one of his supply runs. And the walls are thin, there's a peephole. Maybe he scoped him as a target, hearing his violent machismo boasting, but it could be more. Why looking at them that night?
I'm always looking.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle scope has the best magnification.
And if you don't like it?
Click.
You pull the trigger.
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
He will not stop now. These dialectical materialist types never do. Exploit it. You got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift. Start with when he first saw him. It will give him a chance to ramble.
Did you first see the deceased? What specifically did you not like? Been looking at anything else you haven't liked? Yosef Lilianovich Dross under arrest. First, when did you first see him? Suggestion, you said to stop listening to you. Will not stop now. Exploit it. Got him going. Connect every little piece. Wrap this up like a gift. Suggestion says start with when you first saw him. You're on thin ice, Suggestion. This is your last one. We're asking every single question anyway, so... Impress me, Suggestion.
3 weeks ago, when the rich hag came in on her galley, her honor guard came in tow.
Click. If you see what you don't like, you saw a rich hag on a galley. Could have been her. Could have chosen her for his last bullet.
Joyce. He means Joyce.
You mean Joyce Messier, Wild Pine's representative.
Wrinkled up whore.
Whore, good strong word. What is it with these whores and pederasts? Aren't you a communist? Moving on. What is it? We're getting him rambling, right? Keep on rambling. Aren't you a communist?
Black sexual morals are a bourgeois ploy. As to pederasty, the party legalized it in '04. My party, not your liberal masters.
Is it just me, or is Mr. Dross here not cool with the homosexual underground?
So don't you sermonize me, you racist shithole. It's still bourgeois when the bourgeois does it, fiddling with their sexual organs.
Some strange glandular process takes place in him at the thought, like yeast rising.
Moving on, the victim arrives sometime after.
They moved into a deserted apartment above the roundabout. Radio equipment out for all to see. Reactionary radio playing, sloppy and drunk. I've seen their kind during the landing. Those Occidental and masked phalangs weren't conscripts. Boys like us. They were whites. All they know is to destroy and hurt.
Whites.
Barely alive. They like to kill while they're on their drugs. After the landing, in the burning years, I would take shots at them. End them. The worst one, if I had a bullet to spare.
And he picked his target well. Turns out there's a fourth who might have been worse, but nobody knew about him. Did he mention how many? They moved in. Does it mention a number?
I could see they've returned now to show their real face. The face they don't dare show their bourgeois voters back on Mundi with their families and polyester clothes.
What specifically did you not like about what you saw the night of the murder?
Them fucking. I didn't like that.
Jealousy?
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself, drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore. And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second, writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
So Clausier was completely unconnected after all, but still chose to dress up the body and hide it as a hanging. She says it was Ruby, Ruby says it was her. Volition's warning bells don't start ringing with Ruby, so I'm more inclined to believe her. Could just be reaction. Not the capital R reaction, but Industrial saboteur finds a body on top of her, stresses out, freaks out, on the run already, wants to put some distance between her and any connection to the murders, so let's pretend it was a union lynching. So all that was a red herring. It was all red herrings up until now.
This man has seen past her, like you did. And now he longs to see her covered in blood. To punish her.
How long have you been watching her? You want to punish her so you killed her. You had feelings for that woman. You want to punish her so you killed him?
She practically breastfed that man. You wouldn't believe the things she let him do to her.
You stare at them too. In your mind, her innocence day still turns to leaf. Airport bag in hand. Silks flowing in her wake.
Try to forget it. Inland Empire, if you got input, what about the dream?
See you tomorrow, Harry. Her voice rings in the evening air. Burning.
You saw through her, so did I. She deserves a good punishing. I hate women too, you know. I'm not like that, I don't think that. Men are insane. You saw through her, so did my volition.
You're delusional. There's nothing to see in the soul of the bourgeois woman. It's the same as the surface. Sick hedonism and desperation.
Men are nuts.
The world is insane.
And how long had you been watching her?
Since she came to Martinez, I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
You know, this whole panopticon, in which a holdout communist revolutionary is watching you through a scope and could shoot you at any moment, only works if everyone knows about the panopticon.
Past the Fell building on the coast. What was she doing there?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
Could it be him who holds sort of stuff? The papers, the money, the trade out for supplies later. It could be Classier just lied to us, retrieved her stuff and fled for it. She has fled. But Mr. Joss would have seen the buoy and such, did you?
And beautiful.
And beautiful. Not now electrochemistry. But maybe now. Maybe he was smitten the moment he saw her, only to find out that she was all the things that he said earlier. And beautiful?
That, too.
How could you see what she looked like? You said it was dark.
The sun came up. Her hair was like cobwebs. She smoked more fags and snorted a line of whatever shit she was on right there. She needed it just to move.
What do you think she hid there?
Her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Brut.
This is very thorough. You looked into it and you took it.
After she was gone.
Did you keep what was in it? When we found the submersible, it was empty.
No. Why would I do that? I didn't need tickets to Villiers. I'd put them back. If I wanted to extort someone, I'd do better.
So either he was sloppy, didn't lock it as securely as she had, and then everything washed away, or she lied, came back later, retrieved it, and she's off where now? Villiers and Cachabrum?
This implies that he's thought about extorting her. Also, a little inconsistency here. He was surprised to hear her name Clausia before. Would he not have seen it on the documents?
Assuming the documents use the name Clausier, she used many names. Are you sure we checked the submersible? There was nothing there.
Why would I need that trash? I'm not going to Villiers.
A strange confusion comes over him from time to time. Some kind of aberration of the nervous system.
You saw her name on the passport before, and it said her name is Clausier. You didn't recognize it.
You didn't say Clausia in there.
What did it say?
It was something. I don't remember. It was dark that morning. I only remember her face on the photo.
Her name is pretty complex. Moving on. Did you continue to watch her after this?
I did. She had a face like an archipelago with those birthmarks, and a body hard and lean and bruised all over, black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating.
This is after she arrived?
I could see who she was, too. A spook, on the run. Revachal's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
Somebody tell them humans are
You
animals.
could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo, and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
Now who listens to too many radio milieus? People just change their hair. It's recreational. It's expressive. But I guess that's too individualist, isn't it? Too bourgeois.
He's setting it up for you. The bruises. You can't make that out in a scope.
And you can see her bruises through the scope of her rifle. He's been peeping. He followed her to town through the scope. Gets a view to the bedroom. He could see.
You can't see bruises through a scope. It's just a blur.
97% reaction speed challenge. How's he know those minute details about her body? Footprints in the dust, he's been peeping. Could have changed shoes, found the people, and then 1-1.
It quickly comes to you.
The bruises on her body. And I guess that's why there's flowers on her window, on her roof. He was an admirer, leaving her little presents. Ugh. Any chance you've seen them through a hole in the wall.
Oh, yes. Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating.
Degeneracy. I thought this was a political commissar.
Everything in him fills with impossibility.
Trained in ideology.
All at once.
What is this animal that I see before me?
Did you make that hole?
With a clip point knife.
Never see her through the window on her roof.
Like that, too. Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass.
You've been to the secret route behind the whirling in rags. Those were your footprints there. You just changed your shoes. That's illegal.
I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny.
And that.
Yes, that too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but
Those two took the cake. You hear the familiar scribble
7 p.m.
of the
already, dang.
lieutenant's pen. A quick glance at you.
Been having this interview out in the rain for hours.
One more loose end down. We're doing this, detective.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty.
You could have been in there, in the restaurant, during the investigation, and we would never have known.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
Andy found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union Box window.
This sounds a lot more like looking for things you don't like. I think you liked her a lot. You saw something in her. You had feelings for that woman.
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. It helps If you have your eye on something there, something pretty, it's weakness, I know.
Have there been others? Was that why you left the dried flowers behind the window?
No,
Why then?
I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of her room on the floor, like she does sometimes.
So he was simply feeling paternal towards a woman he liked to peep on and watch masturbate. When was this?
The day after I killed him.
And you brought her Maybells.
Yes, I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
Reactionary animal.
It's as if something put the thought there to leave the flowers.
To console her, to manipulate. Something put the thought in you, a compulsion. Formidable success. Maybe he'd understand if I phrase it that way. Yes, that's exactly what it was. How do you know?
What do you mean, put?
A brief flash of terror.
Just got this feeling from what you said. Do you agree? Have you got your own inland empire feeding thoughts to you?
Maybe. I told you, I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you. If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you.
He would have still had bullets.
In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes, then nods at you once more. One more down.
Okay. What if they give a nice answer? He was trying to console her.
There,
The coals of
man needs to feel something else. It helps. No, I don't really. The day out. Yeah,
it's as if something
Console her?
maybe. I told you.
Okay.
If you
And this wraps around.
one more down.
In conclusion, it wasn't about him, it was about her.
her.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. That's it. Motive. We have it.
I mean, we have motives. Doing it to plant bullets into degeneracy and liberalism. Doing it for a woman. They could overlap, but I'm looking at multiple motives here.
Where is she, that Classier? I haven't seen her there for days.
She got away. We don't know. She got away. But she let us hear first. She figures out someone was watching her from the sea fort. We arrested her, not at liberty to say. She fingered you, pointed us in your direction.
Gone. I knew it. She kept staring into the scope this last week at the island, like she knew. She'd look at night, crying or smoking on the roof, staring right into me. It doesn't matter.
Midtown, across the Bay of Revachol, the oceanic wind washes 40-story towers. Above them, Lucerne Central Aerodrome, a cocoon suspended in the sky by a web of suspension wiring, encircled by hybrid aircraft.
Is my shivers telling me where she is right now? Spot her.
On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet still she smiles among the crowd, among the great ghost of the city she's leaving, for another, far south.
And so she's gone forever.
Smaller, distant, hidden, not like the great chandeliers she sees sparkle in the dusk below her. Streets, towers, tenements and cold water. Across the water, a dark strip of ruins, barely visible, if she didn't squint her eyes. There, on a dilapidated jetty, in a nameless village, 2 police officers and 1 special consultant look across a narrow strip of sea. The ruins of a seafort stick out of the water, built by Philippe II, reappropriated by the Commune, then lost in the landing.
So my old friends are waiting for me. That's still a task to talk to them. Find fuel is still... But I have. That's gonna be permanent then, because that's done. Wait, no. The task to talk to the other cops is gone. It was still there, but it's gone now. But Everard still exists. But that's a bit too late for, I think. Everard, did you eat the task to talk to cops? Because they weren't around when I tried to talk to him.
He's there. Doing what exactly, I don't know. Satellite Officer Vic Mayer points at the ruins. Behind that anti-aircraft something. That's why we can't see him. Special Consultant Heidelstam is optimistic. We'll see the boat when he comes. Let's go get a coffee until then. I know this interesting little place. Where? His voice trails off as the three walk down the jetty. As the men go, Patrol Officer Minnow looks back over her shoulder at the crumbling fortification like a rotten tooth rising out of the water. Good luck, Harry, she thinks. You need something good for this.
That doesn't sound like somebody on the take of La Puta Madre, waiting for me to come back. To put what? What's a good metaphor? I don't know. To wrap up some loose ends in the shape of Harry.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
Who knows what he's seen and done over the years? You could get more out of him. He likes talking.
Anything else you haven't liked that you've been looking at?
A tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
But Mr. Dross, those are all people, the working class, the people who suffer together. Not all just animals, these are the people we fight for.
A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. It straightens his back. The familiar pat 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 of hatred.
Okay, what exactly? More specifically.
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst.
How come?
Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins. In their lorries.
See, the game's all about politics and economics is complex. It's all nuanced. But even here, this guy might be an out-of-touch, way extreme communist from a different era. But even he agrees. The racists are whack.
Pumped full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92.
It's the one unifying
Race this,
ideology.
Race that. It's all sanctioned by that social democratic union and the farce of a social democrat who runs it.
Mr. Clare? Not a fan of Mr. Clare's? Mr.'s Clare?
Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class.
He's still going, let him keep going.
Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins.
Oh, was there a bullet hole in the statue's heart? It's been so long since we looked at it that I forgot what details are on there besides that it's blown up in some sense of irony. Have I never overlooked that?
Intense, like animals, like those boom boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs.
He really doesn't realize that hypnotic dance music is his ally. That all.
The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no.
If she was all that, Dross, why have you not taken a shot at her? She was right there, out on her yacht the whole time. On this jetty or that, both within good sight of the scopes.
The worst.
How's he
is
pick
that
his
old
targets?
Cop parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day.
He did it
It's
like
not
Renee.
enough that the
Oh.
racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too.
But Renee is gone, Dross. He's gone.
Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Quayamoran, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children.
Okay, then say nothing.
That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt Frisell is now dead.
For a political sniper, wouldn't have expected he put all his points into electrochemistry. Questions about this or just not? Are there meaningful questions we could ask for all this?
We did good when we pushed him under the horse car. Until, in the 30s, those disco whores.
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter. There was something about a statue and nihilistic advertising agency people might be worth investigating.
With what conceptualization? Go back into town and re-examine it? Ask him the details?
Ask about that cock on parade too. Make sure you get everything here.
Cock parading, you mean Renee? Union is social democrat and Mr. Clare is a farce of a social democrat? Something about the statue on the roundabout and syphilis?
Syphilis is a disease Philip III contracted in a whorehouse. The statue is an abomination.
Do go on.
The bacteria entered his brain and made him squander trillions on sparkling wine, cocainum, and monuments of himself. His son, Philip IV, the insane, contracted syphilis in the womb. And he still went on to govern Revachol for 25 years. We lost 2 million lives toppling that mode of government. And those grotesque statues too.
But it's
Hundreds
still
of
there.
them.
It's still there because he re-erected it.
What a keen remark. Yes, it is, isn't it? It's still there. Do you know why?
Because he forgot to take it down? Because the king is holy and his statues are indestructible. Say, because the king is holy and his statue indestructible, meaning ironically, because cynical advertising yuppies erected a deconstructed version of it.
That's right. Some advertising cockroaches erected a cynical deconstruction of it. We tore it down with honest working class plastic explosives. And there it is again. Art is a bourgeois establishment. It's an affront to humanity. Every gallery should be bulldozed, and the artists should all be given 30 years of hard labor in Yekokata.
This would explain why he's no fan of the working class celebration that is disco and anodic dance music. Speaking of, disco whores.
Whores.
Okay, that's all we're getting out of here. By the cop parading in his uniform, you mean Renee?
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That is not a working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June.
But Dross, it's a metaphor. You keep tossing your balls in, trying to make it work. And sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't, but the balls keep going. That is a people's struggle. That is a people's struggle to the people's arms.
Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A Patank maniac race traitor.
Is this gonna win me some points if he's seen me take that ball and shot put it into the sea? Just no, I don't know about that. Back off before you get too agitated. Let him keep going.
I remember him. I remember him from La Noce. Not him personally, his make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the liberals came to their rescue. We missed one.
Were they the ones against the wall then?
That one. Fat and plump, like a pheasant, just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Dross, shoot me.
You'd like to kill him, but he never did. He permitted him to die of old age. Out of ammo?
Not yet. I like to look at him strut around, place the crosshair on his medals, right on his face, and just fiddle the trigger. Think about it. Let the bomb melt in my mouth.
Save the treat for later.
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day, the blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think, no, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, Rene. For the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel.
Is that why he's given himself up? The only reason we're having this conversation now is that Rene's gone, he's lost his bonbon, and now there's nothing left to live for. That historic moment passed him by. He has become inert, and so there's no point.
Better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one for him. Haven't seen him around lately, strutting around. Must be down with arthritis. I hope it hurts like hell. I hope he sweats blood.
Can I tell him that he's dead?
Hearing it may destabilize him. You sure you've gotten everything from him?
I want to say that for last then. Maybe stabilize him? I can come back to it, I'm sure, can't I? Anyway, something else. For now. And then hit him with the heavy stuff.
Yes, of course. Must be past the kidney stone. I hope it's excruciating. At least it keeps him from throwing his balls.
He seems relieved. Could he have been worried for him? He reminds him of himself. The same hatred. The same. You try to think of another thing, but no. It's just the hatred. They are veterans of the same war. Somewhere west in Coal City, his enemy is lying in a dark room on a metal slider. In Loser Municipal, like he will too, soon. Half of the war between these men is over. With an agitated gait, Satellite Officer Jean Heron Vichmer paces the jetty, 22 kilometers east in Martinez. What could he possibly be doing there for so long, he says. Police work? Patrol Officer Judith Minot replies, with a tinge of hope in her voice. Tinge of warmth, too, against the cold air rising from the water.
We can go back to Rene. We can see what other stuff. Mr. Clare first, see what else is left. And if there's nothing left, then I'll drop the bombshell on him. Drop the bombshell on him, and as his world crumbles away, then Mr. Dross, you are under arrest. He's already surrendered. So tell us about Mr. Clare and his farce of social democracy.
Another hideous disappointment. Unions are the real enemy.
Really?
The true enemy of the proletariat. Placating the masses.
Disappointment. So personal. He displays a familiarity with the union's top brass.
So the working class shouldn't be content to fight the corporations for better wages and better conditions and better actual rights and protections. That's making them soft. They should arm themselves, put the CEOs against the wall. It was a disappointment. Everard Clare.
That deformed toad. I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own ass. I mean, the brains of the operation.
Edgar, then.
The smart one.
So Everard's fine? Everard's okay?
Edgar.
You mean Edgar, Everard's brother.
He talks a big game about uprising and social base. They must have sent the smart one to some university in Le Jardin, where it's alienation this and hegemony that.
He's been sweet-talked by this Edgar. They must have met in person for such animosity to have developed.
We're not the first people you've met from the city, are we?
You can't live alone.
The Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time. Nothing happens in Martinez without them knowing.
Oh, that changes things then. Once again, some little innocent statement comes up that changes the case completely. If the Clares knew that this communist holdout was here, scoping the city, occasionally taking pot shots, if they know about him, they could have been banking on him to eventually put that bullet into something that causes an incident. They could have been. This could redirect it. This could be one of those. Is it stochastic? Stochastic? It's a word I stumble with all the time. Where you allow the lone wolf to do their thing, but it's totally to your agenda. You might be prodding them along, feeding them the desire to go lone wolf and put that bullet someplace. Him being allowed to be here could still be part of some plot.
Of course. Maybe the Clares asked him to.
I don't think the Clares asked him. He's been disappointed by the Clares. But the Clares know that there's somebody dangerous and they permit him to remain.
Don't go straight for the kill. Exhaust everything else first. Soften him up.
Have you approached them?
I haven't approached anyone. I hid. It was Edgar who came to me.
You allowed him to come to you. You just told us 10 years ago you would have shot us for approaching.
How did he know you were here?
He didn't just stumble in like an oaf. He figured it out. Some kids told him about a monster on the island.
Lillian's, would
I
it
told
be?
you, he has brains. Stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I even kept the door open for him. Thought he was the man who
Ah,
left.
that's why.
Wouldn't rat me out. I was right about one of those things.
What did you talk about?
Edgar did the talking. Paid his respects like I were a fossil in a uniform. Offered platitudes about the struggle. Flaunted his pink degree. Even quoted Mazov.
I'm starting to think that if Mr. Dross here met the book club, he wouldn't have very kind things to say.
Never trust a social democrat who quotes Mazov. Oh, and charity too. They love their charity. Offered me blankets and social housing. I still have the gas cooker he brought.
And he let you be here, knowing everything.
Let me be here. The ZOC is an unlawful successor of the Commune of Revachol. We took this fortification from the Loyalists. Even the Clares understand this.
They let him be here. Understanding was a courtesy. But why such a courtesy?
Exactly, Rhetoric. When was this?
20 years ago. Neither of them could walk.
Okay, predates
now,
Lillian's
could
kids.
they? They were less fat then.
That's around the time the Clares came to power.
So, Mr. Dross, did you kill the Credle mercenary for the Clares? To incite a riot?
You know why I killed that fucker Dwat. As to Edgar, I'm not doing anything for that swine again.
Again. Tell us about the falling out.
Again? What have you done for Edgar before?
But he's not stupid, right? He's not some hermit on an island who was detached from the world. He watches everything. Some days he snoops around the city, listening in what people are doing. He probably knew exactly. He did know exactly who the mercenary was. Well, not exactly, but he knew about the type of guy. So maybe he was expecting some actual bloodshed, some historic moment to manifest itself.
Tried teaching him some Marsovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. We parted ways.
Okay, he didn't do the hang the man for them, but he's insinuating something. There is more here. You can feel it. He was not outright lying, but almost.
58% only. Only 58%. I got some logic clothes. I could toss some logic clothes back on. I've got 4 points of skills. Okay, where's my logic? I got 4 points of logic I filled out too. I'll give you 1 point of logic. 2 maybe. Because I've been 88 experience to get another one. 83. About previous 4 woman. I can come back, right? I can come back to this.
Glad. It's all gone.
Stay put for now. I gotta change my clothes, get some more logic clothes on. Logic, 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 logic. There, he loves gaudy stuff. It's more impressive. Already wearing logic shirts, pointless. Any logic glasses? Got encyclopedia glasses. But no logic ones. +1 logic. I lied. +1 logic shirt. +2 logic peepo. Well, hat, not shirt. +1 logic to +2 logic. No logic shoes. No logic ties. Okay. Alright.
The old man
So what were we talking about again? 97%. The deal between you and Edgar.
The connection comes to you like a splash of cold water. Dark, cold water.
20 years ago, when you met Edgar, the Clares didn't run the Union yet, did they?
He acknowledges it. Here we go. A twist behind the dark bend.
Who did? Did he do a killing that put the Edgars in power? The Edgars? Edgar and Everard? There was some shadiness, so we're going to reveal that all too. Everything really is connected.
That bourgeois cow, Tiffin Holly was her name. Licked the rich man's hand every time he came to town. Never seen a labor leader so hot on mutual cooperation. And money. She liked that too. That Holly was a real bridge builder and a deal maker.
She was a woman just like Clausier?
She was. And she was real soft on those money men. Had a Barbara Muscova bag over her shoulder that she liked to bring to work.
And then she disappeared.
Called in, they say, on the eve of battle. Ran away. Vanished like a piss stain.
No, that's not quite it, is it?
Did she? They say her daughter called in, not her personally. But that wasn't really her daughter, was it?
No, I guess it was not.
Edgar had someone make the call. Why is that, Mr. Dross?
She couldn't make the call herself.
Well, why is that, Mr. Dross?
Here it is. The bend in the river.
Why?
Because she was dead.
How come? Why was she dead?
Because the cow caught a bullet in her right lung. Fell into the canal, grasping her tit and drowned. Or bled. Hard to say. It was a sloppy job on a moving target. She was going home, waddling, dressed in yellow, drunk like she often was. The ruins were black around her, and she had a yellow leather bag under her arm. She tried to cross the canal, heading home to Grand Couronne or Betancourt, someplace like that, where they build those new bâtiments for the people who flourish in the hell around her, and the ruins.
The builder, the word shot seems to work. It was you. Motion like shooting a rifle.
It was someone. Someone shot her. Or maybe she just fell. I get these violent ideations. My memory is filled with holes, especially the 30s. All I know is nothing changed. Not in the material base, not in the hegemony. There was no uprising, just words. The Union fizzled, sogged. Nothing came of it. Nothing.
But they could have still kept him around as a form of stochastic terrorism, but they know that he's here, and eventually Summer comes in. Fortuitous, but lucky for the players.
Edgar didn't keep his part of the deal. If you were to testify to this, give the RCM something on Edgar, you could walk.
I don't think he's going to be very fond of that deal. Aid the fascists, aid the liberals. Help out their pigs in the apparatus.
We would strike everything you've done and process you as a POW. You were in a war. You were on assignment. We could even extradite you to the Samaran People's Republic.
A degenerate worker state. Go shit. No, thank you. I'm Revacholian. My days are short. I will rot away here, in a moral intern cell. I will not testify to anything.
But you did do it. That's that, but I know. Like the sound of that one.
All you know is I saw it happen, and I liked it. I liked it a lot. Her plump body bobbing up and down in that canal like a cork. That chick yellow bag still on her, strangling her.
The same old freezing hatred.
This guy's got a lot of violence towards women in his head.
There is plenty here to work with once he's in custody, and the lieutenant knows it. He gives you a little nod to proceed.
Okay, so with that, I think I've exhausted you, and you. We could arrest him. And we could tell about Renee. I want to tell about Renee. Martinet does have a lot of misogyny, but this guy has been apart from Martinet for so long. This is him. This is entirely him. Where's my visual calc glasses? Shirt, shoes, everything else is good. Quick save because it's been so long.
Despondently at the logs. It's like he's forgotten you're there.
Okay,
His
people you don't
lip
like.
curls into a snare at the memory.
About Renee.
Yes, where is he? I hope he doesn't have debilitating arthritis or kidney stones. He can still come out to play with balls and get shot in the head, right?
Oh my god. He's even worried for him.
Renee is dead. Died of old age. A couple of days ago.
No,
Yes.
I waited too long. I waited too long and now he's dead?
He was too unnerved. You missed your historical moment.
I'm sorry, Mr. Dross. I understand you knew him for a long time.
They're all dead now. Fuck it.
If he really wanted to kill him so bad, he would have done. There must have been 1,000 black days on these islands. His health ailing.
You had 1,000 chances to kill him.
And I blew them all. What does it matter now? He's gone. Ancient dust.
He reminded him of himself. The same hatred. The same. You try to think of something else, but no. It's just hatred.
You cared about him? Through all the hatred?
All human beings care about each other. I cared for seeing his head explode. Now, God damn this world.
I'll take the point to sorry, cop. Sorry, Dross, for your loss.
Fuck you.
I kinda deserve that. Telling him was totally just to ruin his day. Are you okay, Mr. Dross, to go on?
You think I haven't seen people die? It's all I've seen them do. Fight and die. All the other plans we had. To love. To colonize the Pale. It's all fucked.
He's not okay. This is just another black day in a row of black days. Something strange is keeping him together, making him endure.
Well, glad we talked about that now.
Talked about what?
Josef Lianovich Dross, you are under arrest for the murder of Elis Cortenaire.
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
To the?
This terror is the sum of all the uncontrollable movements and mood swings he's been exhibiting. The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues, like an incantation.
Your Wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand?
He's gonna die on the spot, isn't he? He's old, he's broken. We've been in the rain for hours.
Do you understand?
I broke his mind. I killed him by telling him about Renee.
But
Kim, he's afraid.
no, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
I thought you told us he'd rotted in Martinet jail or whatever it was he said. Moral intern jail.
He is a brave man. Why is he unraveling? He's sweating.
Godly
Beats
success.
a
16 to
hole in his
16.
Pupils are dilated too. Eyes getting blacker and blacker.
Oh, is it the drugs? He was coming down from some manic high? Or maybe doesn't quite understand this combination of sequences going on around him?
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
Perception, hearing. Cannot be retried. Does it have room for 3?
Not really. We could escort him to the pier, then either one of us can take him inland while the other stays here. But
It's a classic goat puzzle. There's one boat. It's got room for Kim, Raphael, and Dross. And the boat goes back and forth. And you have to try to get it across without Raphael making out with Kim, without Kim shooting Dross, without Dross rambling to Raphael.
But then, who watches him while you're coming back here?
Exactly. It's the wolf puzzle. Logic gets it. Logic understands puzzles. Who watches him there while I come back for you?
you come back for me? How about I go and send a boat back for you?
What is this farce? This is a fucking farce. I can't.
Lillian, you could ask her maybe.
You just asked that net picker to watch him? I don't know. The guy's got problems with women.
This is no harmless old man.
He gets it. Kim understands.
This fucking world. This world. What is this?
No, listen. Listen now.
Perception, you say that, but it's still 28%. There's no... You know, one thing I haven't worried about is he gave us his rifle, but that doesn't have to be the only gun that he has. This could be a black day for him. He could have another gun, a smaller one, in his sleeves. He could be taking another out. Perception, you gonna help me out here? I can't boost perception any further, can I? Where's my perception? 5 is 5. Kolda Mama Dakwa. Failure.
You thought
Fail.
you heard something, but it's just the reeds.
I did make a quick save though. The problem is, I can't get out of this conversation to change my clothes. But now that I have this foreknowledge that there's a perception check coming up, I could totally go back to the quick save and change my clothes. What is a quick save on? What am I dressed as? I'm still doing logic check. Logic check is passed. Where's my perception clothes? I might not have perception clothes. that are going to give a significant boost beyond 20-some%. All the classes are minus perception. +1 perception. Back to the frog. It's been ages since the frog. +1 perception. And that's it. That's all I got for perception. 2 clothes. Brings it up to 8. 8's nice and beefy.
The old man stares despondently at the logs.
I've used it.
Not the gun, not the gun, wrong one.
I've used
Interesting.
There isn't.
So he's continued.
Could wait to get back to the right conversation. But it takes us a few seconds to reload.
The old man stares.
People you don't like.
His lip curls.
About Renee.
Oh my
Renee's
God.
dead.
No.
Yes.
I waited.
I'm sorry.
They're all.
If he really wanted to kill,
And
he reminded him of
all human. Big fuck you. You think I am?
he's not okay.
Glad we talked
Okay, not
about
to arrest
what?
you. You get super
you
confused.
said
You
I
talk
would be
about the
taken
wolf
to the-
puzzle. Takes forever to come by
This
sometimes.
terror is the sun, the wind.
Your wayfarer arrived. Do you?
What? No.
He sweat pupils.
Your confirmation is not
72.
required, sir. Now move
Okay.
to the boat.
Alright. I can live with 72. That's a pretty big jump for just raising it by 2 points. Would have thought it'd go like 28, 40, 50 something. +8 on Rogue Legacy 2 now. Rogue Legacy 2, which one's that? Every time I see Rogue Legacy 2, my mind goes to Rogue Galaxy, because that's the Rogue blank I was into. Level 5's first foray beyond the Dark Cloud series, before they got deep into Professor Layton, then Yokai Watch, or whatever else. Room for 3, go through the
Then
stuff.
Who watches him?
You come back.
What is this?
Lillian. You could ask her.
Maybe
This is
Lillian.
not this. No, listen.
And then listen now.
now.
This is one of the most important choices of the game, checks of the game. Well, it's 72% now, so deploy photon torpedoes. Got it!
Here it is again. To your north, as it has been since you came to the coast. The reeds whisper, stalks rubbing against each other. But then, in the middle of it,
Has been since I came to the coast. Is that the sound I was hearing?
something completely different. It sounds like a bow, very slowly being drawn against the strings of a violin. A very small violin, made of reeds and rushes.
Maybe there is room for 3 on the boat.
Shush, Kim. Do you hear that?
What?
What are you talking about? Is this really us?
Your skin crawls.
Oh, that is huge. Oh, that's massive. I saw the
A
leg.
delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence.
I saw the leg move and thought that was it. And then it's all this. Insulindian phasmid. What is that? Point to it. Let them all see it. Oh, it's moving towards. Oh, it's so majestic. It's curious. See, when it said listen, I thought it meant like he's mumbling and got a gun. I got one chance to secure the suspect, otherwise he blows his own brains out. What is that, Kim? Look!
What are you talking about?
The giant stick insect!
There's nothing there.
The stick insect is over 3
Oh, it's
meters
so
tall.
cute!
It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes. eyes and its grotesquely small head.
Kim, where's your camera?
You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand move to your holster to grab the gun.
There is, I see it. I finally got insane.
You feel the lieutenant's hand on your back, and then you hear him say 4 words.
I'm just moving so much, how could they not see it?
I can see it.
Kim could see it.
Thank God. If he can see, then you're not insane. But that means
That means the Insulindian phasmid is real. How do we record this?
it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence. Its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
Inspect the phasmid? Okay, this is gonna take a quick save. Not now, ancient communist revolutionary. We got real police business to do. Come here, come sniff my hand.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from his head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you.
They were so close, there's reeds all over by the coast. They didn't consider the islands.
The segmented antennae move with apprehension, searching for something that's not there. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks.
This is almost exactly like Lena's testimony about this, isn't it? I can't quite tell the coloration of the limbs. So maybe not so much the black and white, but it's here. It's here and it's in my flashlight beam.
The hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else, in a lower pitch.
Impossible electrochemistry check. Electrochemistry? I could bump it up to 4, but that's not going to help. I got a few electrochemistry clothes. I did a quick save. I did a quick save so I could maybe retreat and put some clothes on. It's gonna be here, right?
We can't just leave it standing there. We have to do something, detective. It could be connected somehow even.
I was not sprayed with the pheromones. I am sorry, Sapan Stars, but I refused the spray. I figured it could always be resprayed later on. But here we are now, no pheromones.
You've never seen him get this excited. His voice is almost...
Okay, let me get some clothes on. We're gonna fully exacerbate the spread of the pale. But I think it's gonna be worth it. Electrochemistry. Nothing gives electrochemistry, does it? I've got maybe a couple of things. Electrochemistry gloves. No electrochemistry hats. Electrochemistry glasses that can't even fit my head. Electrochemistry tight pants. Flare cut trousers? Less savoir-faire? Or less reaction speed? I feel like I want my reaction speed for this one. Plus what electrochemistry? Gotta be dressed for the bug.
The creature stands. The segmented reed-like. The hiss is different from the
3%
strings you heard
still.
before. It says something else, in a lower pitch.
Maybe I'll get some bumps up if I do everything else. Insulindian phasmid.
It is.
You glance over your shoulder.
Milled
The lieutenant
aluminium.
holds a piece of
The
milled
camera.
aluminium.
Yes,
He
Kim.
begins to pull it open. extremely carefully. It's the camera.
I'll hold the flashlight, you hold the camera, and you'll capture me and the phasmid, but I'm dressed like this.
No, the flash will scare the creature off. Warn him now.
Kim, the flash is loud. It won't like that.
We need a photo. No one will believe us.
From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden cascade of motion ripple through the phasmid's limbs. A series of ultrasonic clicks fills your ear.
Stop. Let me approach it first.
I won't be one of those fools who didn't take a picture.
Well, look, it's coming right up to us. It's okay.
He's letting his pride get in the way. You see the phasmid turn to him, its mandible antennae reaching out. Its motions are quick, sudden.
Because what they think, Kim.
Understood. Of course.
The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you, its antennae taking their measure of the air.
Listen carefully. Say something quietly. You exist, don't be afraid, hey, don't be afraid.
Nothing changes in the cyclical brain motion of the creature's limbs. They are porcelain white on the inside and reed-colored on the out. Beige, light brown, and striped. You are unsure if it is scared or not. Its insect mind is impenetrable to your reasoning.
Well, I can't do anything else. There's no things that bump it up by any plus or minus. Unless I got sprayed by the pheromones. This is electrochemistry, right? That's why I'm wearing this gaudy outfit. I don't think it matters, because I'm going to need double sixes, regardless of how high this is. Scared it off! Or a 5 and a 6, right? The threshold's down by 1.
Step. The invertebrate reacts with
Abject
uncanny
failure.
speed, skating away across the water. It's gone.
Okay.
Like a skipping stone.
So.
Leaving nothing but rings on the sea's calm mirror.
Well, this would be something fun to do on next playthroughs. We're here today, and I want to explore how far this can take us. So, if I'm banking on double sixes anyway, I might as well put this ridiculous outfit away. People hat back. All these plus ones to electrochemistry did nothing.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from his head
It's-
like a woman's hair.
It's gone!
Light and
It's still
curly at
gone!
the tips. The segmented reed-like tufts. The
Where
hiss
is it?
different from the strings you heard before.
Did I break it because it ran
This is
away?
Something else in a lower pitch.
Well, here, it's been like 4 hours now. It's been 4 hours, so I'm gone very long without a break. I'm gonna be right back. And then we are going to brute force this until we approach carefully. And who knows, maybe on one of those reloads, the phasmid will come back. But first, BRB. a mod called Disco Elysium Explore for one to make a guaranteed success. Ah, but where's the fun of that? That's a bourgeois way of doing it. We're not going to build our 0.0001% of communism if we don't do the work, if we take the easy way out. Alright. Approach carefully. Failure again. Scared it off. But there's nothing to scare off because it's invisible. Tick, 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 hiss, hiss. I think it's broken. Just spent 45 minutes trying to save scum your 8% chance to get to the Doom commercial. Oh my goodness. But I broke it. I can't even use the escape key. Rip. Task manager to the rescue. Sorry, Disco. At least it doesn't take too long to get it back up. Updating? Updating? What do you mean updating, Disco Elysium? View updates. There's patch notes from yesterday. Did it not do yesterday's patch? Removes black screen issues. Black screen issues that occur when players face damage had low morale. Seen that happen once. Dyslexia friendly font options for English, French, German, Russian, Polish, Korean, Spanish, Portuguese, Brazilian. Cool. Okay, play game. Update removes the phasmid. No, you better not. What it sounds like, that update would have been useful. That one time we're in the apartments, had morale drained low, and it just gave us a black void to walk in. Okay, game's up. There's a splash screen. Continue is where? Back to the quick save, and the quick save back up. Alright, critical success is 11 or 12, so that's double the chance we can get this right. And it's back. It's back. Maybe that's what broke it, because the phasmid wasn't there. Oh, first, let me get these ridiculous clothes off. If this is going to be an impossible check, I can only brute force anyway. Preferred clothes all on. And shoes. Which shoes? Where's my sneakers? I'm wearing my sneakers. It's the pants that are weird. And my people. And let the safe scum end again!
The creature stands, unlock the segment, read like the hiss is different from the screams you heard before. It says something else.
Away
in
goes.
a lower pitch.
This one's a bit rougher on the quick loading because you gotta wait for the animation.
You barely get to take one step. The creature read like the hiss is different from the screams you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch. You barely get to take one step.
That's all 6. We got close that time. Where's my +1s for having 2 different kind of dice?
Stands, unlock the segment, read like the hiss is different from the screams you heard
Red
before.
again.
It says something
And away it
else in a lower pitch.
I probably don't need to approach it.
You barely get to take one step.
Double 4s. Is double 4 not anything? No Yahtzee? If I completed Precarious World, would I have a 10% chance? Would I? Because I had completed Precarious World. Critical success lowered by 1.
The creature
I'm gonna guess it's down to whatever the dice go.
The hiss is different from the screams you heard before.
And away it goes again.
It says something else in a lower pitch.
But really, technically, I don't gotta
You barely
approach.
get to take.
Because it's right here. We could record how it sounds with our own ears. And then Kim takes a picture.
Creature stands on the segment.
If Kim takes a picture, then we get the evidence we need. This is just bonus then.
It says something else in a lower pitch. You barely get to take one step.
Check
The
hold
invertebrate
on.
reacts with uncanny speed.
5 and 6.
Skating away across the water. It's gone. Like a skipping stone.
I thought the
leaving
threshold.
Nothing but rings on the sea's calm mirror.
The threshold for critical success lowered by 1. Does that not mean that 5 and 6 is a critical success then? If the threshold goes from 6 and 6 to 5 and 6? Because that would have been it. That would have been critical success. If I'm reading it right. Maybe impossible with the pheromones. Maybe. Or maybe I get my 6 and 6. We got 11. That's one step closer to getting 12 popping up.
The creature doesn't read like the hiss is different from the strings you heard before.
And away it
It
goes.
says something else.
Entire rest of the afternoon is going to be trying to approach this phasmid.
You barely get it.
But yeah, worst case scenario. If Kim takes a picture, then great, we get the evidence.
Doesn't read like the hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch. You barely get to take one step.
6 and 3. 3, we're getting closer. 5 and 6. 3 and 6. Going down the list of and 6s.
Doesn't read like the hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch.
Indistinguishable from read. So that's I got my
Barely
flashlight.
get to take one step.
5 and 5.
The invertebrate.
Do that again, but with 6s. That's why I got my flashlight up. The flashlight to add contrast.
Doesn't read like the hiss is different from the strings you heard before.
And away it
Something
goes.
else in a lower pitch.
Hold on.
You barely get to take one step. The invertebrate reacts with uncanny
You're going to need
speed.
proper music to get
Skating
through
away
this.
across the water, it's gone like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but rings on the sea's calm mirror.
Extended remake, 10 hours, 10 hours. No intros. There we go.
The creature stands on the same read like the hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch. You barely get to take.
These are high rolls. Gonna come up eventually.
The creature stands on the same read like the hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch.
Should have asked more of those pheromones before he retired.
Stand the same read like the hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch.
Time is it? 2:25?
You barely get.
I won't spend too long.
The creature stand the same read like the hiss is different from the strings you heard before.
And away.
Something else in a lower pitch. You barely get to take one step.
What was that? 6 and 2? 6 and 2, so we're crossing them all out.
The creature stand the same read like the hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else.
I don't know how much longer this game has. It feels like there's a fair bit left to go still. But
You
6 and 1. If that was gonna be If we somehow end up ending earlier, I was sort of gonna do this, but for the door on the beach, just reload over and over and over again to see what's behind it,
From the strings you heard
waiting for those 6-6 to come up.
says something else in a lower pitch.
But why not be a little bit productive while we wait? This is which skill? This is the
The creature stands.
precarious world.
Listen, read like the hiss is different from the strings you heard before.
Precarious world disco Elysium. To see how exactly this mechanic is supposed to work?
Barely get to take one step. The invertebrate reacts. The creature stands.
Critical
on
success
long
lowered by
steel
1.
legs. Antennae hanging. Listen, read like the hiss is different from the strings you heard before.
Fail again.
It says something else in a lower pitch.
What's Reddit say?
Barely get to take one step.
Each skill check has a set of difficulty values. Trying to hit with a 2 dice roll.
The creature stands.
However,
Stilt-like legs. Listen,
when one's a
it's
fail,
read like top. The hiss is different from the strings you heard
6-6 to win.
It says something else in a lower.
Instead of 6-6, can now also benefit from 5-6 or 6-5.
You barely get to take. It's blend.
Where?
Whoops.
Did it go?
It says that, but that didn't work.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs. And listen, read like the hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch.
Well, I don't know.
You barely get to take one step. The invertebrate reacts with uncanny speed. Skating away across the water, it's gone.
Internet seems to suggest that a 5-6 or a 6-5 is supposed to work. But if it doesn't, it doesn't.
Creature stand. Listen, read like the hiss is different from the strings you heard.
There's no thought this time giving going to fail for all red checks. That's over with.
You barely get to take.
3-3. 3-3 is half of 6-6. You're getting closer.
The creature stands on lock. Listen, read like the hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch.
2-2. That's 1/3 of 6-6.
The creature stands. Listen,
We went from 1/2 to 1/3, and 3 is more than 2, therefore we got the bigger number.
it says something else in a lower pitch.
I think I just see the pheromones.
You barely get to take one step.
Maybe you truly do. Maybe 6-6 isn't possible for this one without it. Maybe 6-6 doesn't matter. Maybe it is all the pheromones.
The creature
And I've locked myself out.
read like the hiss is different from the strings you heard before.
Shh.
Something else in a lower pitch. You barely get to take
5-5! Getting so much closer!
The creature stands. Listen, read like the hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch.
Okay. I've officially spent 5 minutes since I last looked at the clock.
You barely.
3 turns. I'll give it 3 more turns.
The creature stands. Listen, read like the hiss is different from the strings you heard before.
2 turns.
Says something else in a lower pitch. You barely get to
6 and 5 again!
Spray reacts with uncanny speed.
That's supposed to be a critical success. My brain isn't working.
The creature stands. Listen, read like the hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch. You barely get to
6 and 3. Okay, final one now. After 18 tries, 57%. You know, it's the law of large numbers, right? The law of large numbers is the more we roll the dice, the closer it looks to true probability. So if I just keep on doing this, eventually we'll be 100%.
Read like the hiss is different from the string
Green.
you've heard.
Ah, scared it off.
It says something
Alright. Gave it an honest go.
you barely get to take one step.
Okay, no more stick bug. We'll simply bask
The creature
in its
stands
majesty and
on
take a
long
picture.
stick-like legs. Antennae. The second read like the hiss is different from Nothing changes. Its insect mind is impenetrable to your reasoning.
We can't just leave it still.
You've never seen
Okay,
it
that's
this
everything
excited.
except for the
His
electrochemistry.
voice is almost trembling.
Well, Kim, let's take that picture then. It's gonna run away. But at least we'll have our shots.
It is.
What if I need to approach it to make the picture actually work? Like, I gotta be next to it to give it some sense of scale, or to make it more believable.
You glance over your shoulder. No, the flash will scare the creature off.
Kim, you sure you won't scare it off?
We need a photo. No one will believe us.
From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden cascade of motion ripple
Wait till it gets
through
closer.
the
I want to see its
plasma
majestic
tubes.
face next
A
to me.
series of ultrasonic clicks fills your ear.
Come on, come closer. Ready for your close-up? Yeah, there is a picture option, but I want the picture to be next to it. I want to write it. No, I can't write it. That's too silly. Okay, Kim, now take the picture.
With the sound of metal sliding against metal, the lieutenant reveals the lens. The glass glints in his hand as he begins to slide in an ampoule.
He's still working on it. Come on, Phasmid, closer again. Closer for Mr. Kitsuragi's close-up. There you go. Bring those majestic antlers down. We turn off the lights. Even the stick bug is confused. Come on. Lean forward. Lean forward. You know you want to. Or you posed, waiting for it. Maybe it's more posed now.
You see the phasmid turn to him, its mandible antennae reaching out.
He'll fully eclipse the sun,
motions
it might
are
have.
quick, sudden.
Given how many holes they put in reality with all those quick loads, it's a miracle that all of Revachol hasn't been consumed by the Pale.
Something cracks in the lieutenant. He's letting his pride get in the way.
The ampoule will produce a loud hiss. You're right. It could scare it away.
A
And
better moment.
when it's not looking.
I do have to distract it then. It wants me to distract it, otherwise it's not gonna work.
I'll wait. I'm on standby, he thinks. His hands sweaty around the machine. The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you. Its antennae taking their
It's not
measure
gonna
of the
work.
air. Slowly.
We're not gonna get our picture. You know what this means, right? You know what this means.
You barely get to take one step.
This means we're quick loading. I've gotten how many double sixes in this game? How many today alone?
Read like the hiss is different from the strings you'd heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch.
Kim, just take the shot.
You barely.
So it runs away. It runs away, but at least you get the picture.
The creatures listen. Read like the hiss is different from the strings you heard before.
Have
It says something.
I got it drug up and wear all the goofy clothes
Pitch.
to boost electrochemistry up to like a 17% chance? I might just have to let it go. It's an impossible check after all.
Read like the hiss is different
At
from
least
the
you could
strings
tell.
heard
We could tell
before.
Lena and Moral that it's
It
real.
says something else in a lower pitch.
No photo evidence. We'll get a habitat.
You barely.
We'll be able to give them full physical information, auditory information, habitat information.
Creatures stand. The second read like the hiss is different from the screams you heard before.
And then when the spring comes and it's warmer out, they can set up. Actually, they can't set up traps. This thing is too big for the traps. They were barking up the wrong tree from the start.
On long stilt-like legs. The second read like the hiss is different from the screams you heard before.
Quick load back when you get the pheromone offer. What's gonna be quicker, reloading and redoing 3 days a game, or brute forcing this to get closer to it?
The creatures read like the hiss is different from the screams you heard before. It says something else.
Okay, 3 more tries again. 3 more tries. If I don't get in 3 tries, then I'll just do a
Where did it?
whatever it gives. That's 3 more tries with that one. So
the creatures read like the hiss is different from the screams you heard before.
failure.
It says something else in a lower pitch.
6 and 4. It's teasing me with these closed ones.
The creatures read like the hiss is different from the screams you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch.
Phasmid might have to be a project. You know what the worst part is? If I can't brute force this as easily, then it might mean I can't brute force the door as well.
The creatures read like the hiss is different from the screams you heard before.
Failed again.
It says
Oh well.
something else in a lower pitch.
That's the last one then.
You barely get to take one.
5 and 5. Well, we'll approach, go through the motions, have a tender moment with Kim,
The creatures stand.
and if we can't get it, we can't
The
get it.
hiss is different from the strings you heard before.
It
A sudden
exists.
chirrup fills the air. The walking stick moves its whole body.
There, different
Limbs
dialogue.
working independently of each other, like the parts of a masterfully constructed machine. It moves just an inch closer to you. Or does it only feel like it does?
Will that actually change anything?
Something in its
No
body
plus
language
ones.
has changed.
We can't just.
You've never seen him get this excited.
It is.
You glance. No. The flash will scare the creature off.
We need a photo.
From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden cascade of motion ripple through.
Take the
fact
picture.
With the sound, you see something.
The ampoule.
I'll wait. The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you. Its antennae take.
It is.
Alright, what if I say take... Wait for me to get closer
No.
first.
The flash will scare the creature
We need a photo.
from the corner
Let
of
me
your
approach
eye.
it first. Maybe if I go through the motions.
Turn to him. Its mandible.
Shh. Okay.
The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you.
There's no plus
Its
ones or
antennae
anything,
taking
but...
a measure of the air. Slowly.
Come on, lucky dice. Come on, double sixes. No. Oh well. Gave it several honest goes.
You barely get to take one step. The invertebrate reacts with uncanny speed, skating away across the water. It's gone, like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but rings on the sea's calm mirror. It's blending into the tufts of reeds in the distance, moving from islet to islet.
Islet to islet. This is more precious information. They thought this thing hit him on the reeds. But it's a full-on Edith hopper. So the entire bay has to be scoped out then.
Where? Where did it go?
Camera in one hand, slip of white paper in the other developing. Kim, did you actually take the shot?
You never had a chance. There was something off the moment you approached it. It was scared of you. Of you.
No. I should have taken the pheromone from Moral to the reeds of that elet. How to do that? Tell me you got the picture. Tell me you got the picture.
He shakes his head in silence, an expression on his face that you've never seen there before.
You didn't get the picture.
No.
A rainbow of color, blue, white, yellow, and brown.
However hard you squint, you can't make out anything recognizable, let alone a stick insect.
I tried, but it was moving too fast, and I didn't get the ampoule in right. And damn it, I believe my eyes. It was there.
No!
Your voice echoes on the water.
It went into the reeds there.
Looks like it doesn't like to stay out in the open for long.
I should have taken the pheromone.
I don't think it had anything to do with the osprey. It was just scared.
There is uncertainty in his phrasing.
It did have something to do with the osprey.
Okay, but I'm not an entomologist, okay? Neither was the parascientist. Who knows? The only thing I'm sure of is we saw it.
Yes,
It was real.
we did. That is more testimony, not just Lena's childhood memory. She can't say that it was all fake memories of an overactive child's imagination. If Kim's well-developed mind and mine can corroborate her testimony.
It appears the insect can walk on water like a water strider, you know? It's almost as fast. Uncanny.
So what now?
What now?
In some kind of strange, semi-catatonic state.
Okay, he's semi-catatonic now. Maybe this is the time he needs to come down from his high and be more susceptible to movement. What is that flapping in there? You see that? There's something else flapping. More phasmids? Is that a bird stuck in the grass?
Our suspect's not looking so good. We should check him over. Also, it looks like it has some kind of nest there. Maybe there's proof in there.
Maybe.
In the reeds, where the phasmid was hiding, you see a little flash of white. Porcelain white.
Is it an egg? Where's the flash of white porcelain? Oh, what are you? Hello. That's not a nest. Evidence class. These passports. Or look at the wrong Bowie then? And what's this? The Fairweather T500 helmet. And the rifle scope. We found the scope.
Brother, you've
Found
managed to
all
collect
armor
the
pieces.
armor pieces. Too bad it's too late for the big showdown.
I don't think this sun would help me anyway. At least my collector's impulse is satisfied. I'm sure I'll have a use for this armor in the future. But I kinda doubt it would have helped.
It would have looked very impressive.
Achievement.
Still, you found it all. Now your mortal coil is completely protected. Few cops are this futuristic.
At least now, I am truly invincible. What's it even do? Half-light and suggestion. Well, let's get the full armor on. What am I missing? That's it? That's all of it? 'Cause meant to be worn under the coat? The gloves are the best part. +2 interfacing. Authority's nice if you lack it. Volition's kind of good here too. Bragging rights. I mean, in all fairness with her, if the guy wore his helmet, he might have been alive. Clausier steering us along, saying, oh yeah, he also wears his full armor in bed. But he didn't. He might have lived if he did. Could have saved his life. But turns out he only wears the boots. World travel passport with visa stamped on it, Republic of Oranje.
This passport, issued by the Sovereign Republic of Oranje, is issued to a black-haired woman called Katarzyna Alazier.
Classia's hidden documents from the MT boy.
To wonder then, was it simply the wrong Bowie? Or did the phasmid collect it and bring it here? The passport, the scope, the helmet, all three are missing things. It can't be some kind of like Doctor Who thing where it feeds on potential and here it feeds on mystery. Maybe it simply feeds or builds a nest out of detritus, washed up.
It's Clausia, with short black hair and glasses. She looks boyish, younger somehow. An old photo, before life came and did what it does.
It says, Katarzyny Elysium.
She said it would be for Anouk Meyer-Smith. Anouk Meyer-Smith.
Do you think, Kim, she might have been lying at some point?
Katarzyna Alazia was supposed to be her real name, where Clausia comes from. Remember? God damn it.
Even Katarzyny was a lie
I
then.
told you she kept lying to you. She's probably lying to someone else right now, in another city.
Katarzyny's supposed to be a real name, she lied. Maybe this is a real passport, not a fake? Because it's also a real name, no, she lied.
Yes, somehow she managed to lie to us one more time. In a way, she's still lying to us right now.
And the real name, who knows?
I don't know, but it's not Katarzyna Alasia or Klasia or Anouk Meyer-Smith. We didn't even scratch the surface with her, detective. Perhaps it's better that we didn't arrest her. Who knows what hell she'd be raising in my district by now.
What is this doing at the Phasmin nest, most importantly?
Maybe our man, Mr. Dross, took it from Klasia's, or whatever her name was, hiding place, or...
Maybe blackmail? I think the Phasmid took it. The Phasmid took it, and I sensed it do so. I saw something open up the bow with spindly legs. Point to your head. I don't know about that, but maybe the Phasmid took it.
Like a magpie? What a coincidence. Then it would also have collected the other objects.
There's a collection of
which would be
altars here,
highly
so
unusual.
maybe.
I can see how the helmet could wash up on the island. And the scope. Maybe Mr. Dross lost it. But to seek this out would be very unusual behavior for an arthropod.
Would it? Maybe it was simply curious.
Maybe it's curious like an octopus.
An octopus belongs to a very different class. It's not even an insect, it's a mollusk. But yes, I
Yeah,
see your
and
point.
all sorts of animals of different classes, and still has curiosity. Scope could sell for 30. Alright. In that case, on with the rest of the game then.
What is it?
At least we have stories from Mord and Lena.
I can't go.
Something is very wrong with him now.
Sir, how could you not see the Phasmid?
See.
Mr. Dross?
I think he's about to die on us.
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets. His gap-toothed mouth shaking with fear and longing, like an addict of some terrible substance.
Snap your fingers, wave your hand. Gonna touch his shoulder gently.
The plastic cape feels coarse. A light shiver passes the man. Other than that, no reaction.
He's
He
gone
feels
pig's mode.
small and frail.
Kim, let's just pick him up and escort him. He's not gonna hurt anybody tonight.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem, doesn't it, Mr. Dross?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
What has happened to this man?
Old age and shock.
Think it's a Phasmid. Raphael is also come down from his high. This awareness of this world. But he's had 7 days to sober up. Old age and shock,
The
yes.
appearance of the Phasmid in conjunction with the stress of the arrest. He spent his entire life here. For him to leave would be...
Found some things in the Phasmid nest, Mr.
He
Dross.
stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him. Perhaps you should.
The picture might stir him. The detached scope.
I lost.
You lost it, Mr. Dross?
He turns his eyes to the reeds again, as he's done so many times. Beige and white stripes.
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. With the help of a magpie Phasmid. This sight is a T9, Mr. Dross. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot?
Silence. Not even a sigh. You've gotten all you will out of this poor being.
Helmet? Would he recognize it?
Nothing. Just dull staring. Not even rage left, wherever he is.
If Kuno kicked it into the sea, as he said he did, Diab would put it back here. This makes sense. Mr. Dross could have picked it up. Or the Phasmid even. If it did, this is incredible.
And the Oranese passport. He felt quite a few things for Miss Oranese disco dancer.
No reaction.
None.
His breathing is slow, and he appears very old all of a sudden. Around 80.
Alright, well, he's done.
Did you take this passport and other papers from the boy on the coast?
The spirit.
I'll take that to mean the Phasmid.
He hears us. The spirit?
No reply. He's gone again.
Try something else? We
No.
got him back for a moment.
There's nothing else, I'm afraid. That's it.
The plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. His back is slouched, and his mouth open.
Honestly, Kim says just leave him here. We can bring back help, but I think we should bring him with us. I could wait on the island. Kim could wait on the island. Can't just leave him out here, rocking in the elements.
The strength has all gone out of him. Just frail old bones in a sack of tracksuit trousers and a windbreaker.
Hang tight, old man.
We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be safe here. If we don't take too long.
If we don't take too long. Is this going to be the first thing with an actual time limit? Bring back help before he dies from exposure. More risky quick saves. Quickly, Kim. Gotta get to where then? Got my cop friends here waiting for me. Could use a car radio. Call for medical assistance. We can't even say bring him inside to the bed to lay down while he waits for us. He's gonna be fine. Hey, boat, let's go. That's all the mystery solved.
On the
Let's. We are done here.
The skiff rocks gently under your weight as you get in. The ride back is uneventful and quiet,
Sad FM, not appropriate right now.
but for the sound of conversation on the water, there is someone inland waiting for you. Two men and a woman stand on the concrete square of a nameless village, looking at a small yellow boat as it draws closer. The sea is calm. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Where's my friends? My old life friends. Concrete block, it said. I don't see Lillian. Lillian's always out.
Look what the tide brought him.
1, 2, 3. Jean? No wig this time? Didn't recognize you.
Harry, you're bleeding all over the place. You're half dead.
Whatever this is, it is completely unimportant compared to what you've just seen.
Stand back, I got a flashlight and sword.
This is the man with sunglasses from the Whirling in Rags. But where are his sunglasses?
You're the sunglasses man. Forget about all this, it's this giant insect. No one else seems bothered by the bleeding. Who are you people? You're the man with sunglasses.
That's right. And you're bleeding.
Well, forget about all this, it's a giant
You're
phasmid.
not forgetting about anything. Look at you.
Well, nobody else is bothered by it, it's fine.
Bothered by it. Harry, you look like you need a fucking organ transplant.
Kim, is that true? You've said nothing this whole time.
Oh, fuck it. Let's not get into that.
So, who are you people?
Hello, I'm Trent Heilerstein. I believe we've met on several occasions.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean Vicomar, and this is your special task force.
My special
Or
task
what's
force.
left of it.
Where have you guys been the past few days? You're gone the first few days, and then when you two show up, you just hang out at the Whirling, being all, how pitiful Harry must be.
Special Consultant Trent Heidelstam, Battle Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you after pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kisuragi, Prison 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation led us.
And this guy's been on vacation the whole time, showing his kid the fallen building.
The scene is making even him feel as though he has to justify your actions.
We might need your help with something later.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Way to feed me to the wolves. No, Kim, you've got to have my back. Let's destroy them!
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to befall you.
So what's this about?
Ari, we want to help you. Taunt, I believe this is where you come in?
This is the horse-faced woman. I don't know why you named her that.
Did we?
But it was beyond idiotic. You should never address her using those words again.
I recall those words, but I thought I skipped them.
I
Did I
don't
not?
quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
No, Trant, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
What does he
Who, me?
have to
Or
say
him?
for himself? He left you to catch the bullets. Shit, kid. What an interesting moniker.
What's a shit, kid? How do you know I was here? You aren't the man in sunglasses at all. You're not even blonde. Female officer, so I didn't recognize it before. Trent Hiddleston turns out to be special consultant. Trent Hiddleston. Duped again. No one who's to say they are. Task Force. Where have you been all this time? Where have they been during all that? Okay. Conceptualization tag shit kid. What's a shit kid?
You. Shit kid.
Me.
That's you.
Okay, so what have I got to say for myself?
Maybe you've deserved it.
Well, hopefully get to ask about everything. First, politeness. Sorry I didn't recognize you before.
It's okay. I didn't come here to gloat or to fool you. Neither did he, actually. We're just worried.
You're just worried, and so, with me being here and you guys hanging out in the cafeteria for like 5 days.
That's right. Worried. I'm always worried about you. Every time you don't show up to work, or when you do about stink, you're a worry fest. She's worried about you. I'm worried about you. Even Special Consultant Backpedal is worried about you. Everyone worries instead of working.
Yeah, so if they were so worried, where was the work? They were just sitting around, he was on vacation. They were never like, hey, Harry, it's us, let me help you out. And the man in sunglasses isn't even blonde?
Guilty as charged. I heard you'd lost your mind and your memory. I wanted to see if it was true.
And what? You needed 5 days to do that.
And it was. Good work, Harry. You're insane now. There's one less person for me and everyone else to rely on.
He was too sarcastic for you to realize who he was.
Actually, I suspected something was off. Maybe if he hadn't been so sarcastic, I would have realized it was you. Or just I knew you.
I'm clinically depressed, Harry. Sorry if I wasn't in the mood to butter you up after you told us to fuck off.
Half the people in this game are. Raphael included. Actually, I suspected something was off.
Did you? Or did you literally not recognize my face? We've been partners for how long, Harry? Don't answer that. You don't remember.
Judging by the familiarity you feel toward him, 2 years minimum, or maybe a short but close stint on the task force.
Nah, had to be a long-term thing.
He's right. Don't start guessing. Now's not a good time.
And Trent Hiddleston, special consultant?
Yes, I'm Tran Heilestam. I never said I wasn't Tran Heilestam.
Then what's up with the kid then? Mr. goes on vacation for a week.
Mikhail? Mikhail's my son.
And all the interesting history?
No, I was just interested in the Feld building and the Martinez beachhead.
Malingering.
And Mikhail wanted to see Martinez. It was a coincidence.
You come here as a task force. The main man apparently goes missing after a wild bender. And you're like, well, this is a good time to go on vacation at the government dime. Mikhail, come here.
Him being there with his son, it was not a coincidence. It's difficult to see, but he was worried about you. And also interested in the Feld building.
So what are you special consulting here?
What indeed? I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Königstein in the 30s, like partial psychotraumatic amnesia, group personality theory.
All the things you could have helped me with, man.
He's here to see if you're insane. He is smart. Let's move on.
And how'd y'all know I was here?
The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
I saved his establishment and he still betrays me. Damn you, cafeteria manager! You betrayed me for the last time! Gart told you. Basic, simple Gart told me. Well, he's not Harry anymore, and he's very, very sober.
And people on the street helped us too, with your whereabouts.
Friends. We made friends, and they pointed what they thought are my friends in the right direction.
You're a legend among the drunks, Harry. A legendary local drunk.
Drooped again. No one's who they say they are. You guys could have helped me. Could have come out, say yes for RCM. We used to work with you. Let's get you some help. You're clearly out of it.
Duped? Hey, here's a brilliant idea. Don't be a morbid drunk and you won't be duped so easily.
Gardener, scab leader, this. Lieutenant, tell me at least you're who you said you were.
Yes, I'm still Kinki Solagi, still a lieutenant from Precinct 57.
Don't ever change, Kim. You're our last anchor.
Still caught up in this crossfire, too.
Okay, so where have we been all this time? There's a mercenary tribunal. If you were so worried, you had me fight by myself?
God damn it, Harry. You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All we burn. Detect or die.
And then I started acting weird, like I lost my memory, stumbling about. They're like, okay, just watch and see where this goes. No sense of, oh no, this shit's real, let's help them out. So you let me face a squad of trained killers alone just to teach me a lesson. All will burn, satellite offer Vigmail. Made no mistake about it. Why didn't you detect or die then? Why would you leave a literal police god? I said all those things. I'm not like that anymore. No whining. You let me face a squad of trained killers alone.
It wasn't like that.
Fuck you, Harry. We didn't know there was gonna be a tribunal, did we?
No, you didn't. Cause you weren't detect or dying.
Oh, you think it was cool you saying that? Aesthetic somehow? You were crying when we got here. Breaking things. You said we were going into the abyss.
And you just let that continue. No punch to the jaw to pull me off the case. No pulling me back to the lazarette. He was also giving up on me.
None of us wanted to see the abyss. So we fucked off. Like you told us to.
Okay, well...
God damn, you told us to fuck off. You
I'm not like that anymore.
Sure. You're not a superstar law official. Talk on the town is your Guillaume le Million reincarnate. I know this shit. Nothing has changed.
That was us emerging from the Harry death. We've settled on who we are. It's taken a lot of exploration of our mental cabinet. Trying things out, seeing what didn't fit, evolving them. He's gotta give us a chance, we've changed. You mentioned a task force.
Yeah, Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells?
Refresh my memory, who else is in this?
Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit. There's you, me, Jude, Tron fucking Idleston, and Guillaume Baby.
Who's Guillaume Bevy?
I'm technically just a civilian advisor.
Oh, fuck you. You're part of this shit show.
Yeah, who's William Bevy?
Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. Guillaume Bevy is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good. Then he left because he lost faith in your ability to lead the unit. Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol officer are still here. And Tron because I'm forcing him to stay.
Well, you guys are in luck. On top of fighting off a mercenary squad all by ourselves, we've solved the case. Book him!
Is this Guillaume Bevy blonde and partial to sunglasses?
Is he blonde with sunglasses like you were?
See? There. He's getting it. I was impersonating him. Look at me, I'm G-Baby. It was going to be funny, but then you really did have brain damage. So not so much anymore.
He sincerely thought it was going to be amusing. For both of you.
You're just as bad, man. This is a serious situation and you're goofing off with disguises. When Harry was crying for help, destructive to himself and everybody around him, the RCM's a joke. What does this unit do?
Do? It's a major crimes unit. We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We are shit tier now, Harry. Because of you.
Well, I'm about to blow all their minds and elevate them back up to super cop disco god levels again.
They're your posse, or what remains of it. Hand-picked, hand-lost.
The 41st isn't...
So, none of this is ringing the bells. Move on, move
The
on.
bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Trant, this is where you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia, episodic and semantic.
Only reason we have visual tremors. Pumping up those stats, getting sober again.
Meaning, you forgot both who you are and the definitions of money, e-solar, pound, and so on.
As displayed in the station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry,
Raphael.
what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically?
Wait, socioeconomically, you think I'm so poor I lost my memory? I drank so much I lost my memory, and I'm slowly recovering it. I made it all up, it was a fantasy, a stupid joke, I know who I am. It might have something to do with the anomaly of the church, a 2mm hold of the world. Maybe we drank ourselves into the pail, basically. Highly experimental detective, a method I use to solve the case. Something so sad happened to me, it couldn't be me anymore. It was a defense mechanism. True, but linked to you fundamentally. But you really think I was so poor I lost my memory first? This is the question, it's not an answer. I'm not gonna touch on it though, because it might be giving me options, of which only one is gonna be an answer. Whatever I pick is an answer. I think it was something so sad, but it couldn't be me. And he's not. Harry died, Raphael was born.
Psychotraumatic amnesia, Trant? I can go for that. Shit kid is a broken man. Always has been. Who isn't? I know I am. But you know what? I keep my shit together. Also, I know a person can't wipe their own mind, however traumatic it gets.
You never know, man.
That doesn't happen. You're lying, or insane, or both.
But Detective Vigmer, he has blanked out before.
I have. Refresh my memory. I blanked on blanking out.
Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the two drunks case, the other when we looked into that mural.
The mural about love is impossible but for the future or something like that?
So you don't remember not remembering. Beautiful.
More experience rolling in. How much closer? 38? Ah, gonna be a while. But I can fill up so many holes now.
The two cases in your ledger. The unsolvable case and the next world mural. Those were recent.
Recent, huh? So after we lost Dora, after she aborted the child she had with us, possibly had some abuse levied her way, accusations of cheating, left us, and then downward spirals begin around these two cases.
Those cases were hard on you.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes. Practice. and then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak.
Maybe? He could have been trying to reach full oblivion and get a bit better each time. But feels more to me less practice and more the eggshell cracking more and more.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at the sensory input here. Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input. Hardwired to the free market. He just needed for its end.
Okay, Trump, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit? Is he a crétin now? I want to know that.
Wait till they find out that I've just solved this entire case. The entire case, down to every single last detail. He's just standing here talking about how worthless I am when he's done nothing for a full week. We had full, complete personality oblivion and still solved this case. When could I speak up about that?
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
Leadership now.
I'm ready to lead again. Line detective is good for now. He's wrong, I'm far too gone for work. Fuck you all, I don't want to be in your unit, what now? I'm ready to lead again, right Kim?
No one even mentioned that. I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the body? Or do we need to get him on a disability pension?
1, he should have been on disability pension a long time ago. But 2, do they not see how sharp I look? I've clearly cleaned up from the start of the game. This is a remarkable transformation. This really is. We're even wearing a bow tie. What now?
Now nothing. Now we're just going to stand here.
Really? Not really, but really?
No. Now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry?
In the ocean, fade ignorance. Was it me? Was one of my traffic hooligans? Drove it into the ocean when I was drunk. I thought they could have been underwater, he wasn't. The time had come. Tequila sunset. I kind of worry that if I give that answer, that's embracing tequila sunset. And he's not going to be amused. That's a colorful answer for I was drunk. I drove it into the ocean when I was drunk.
Ah, so refreshing. He just admits it.
See, I'm cognitively here.
Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property that's coming out of everyone's payslip. It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
Right here. What I do have is this futuristic armor. Badge is right here.
In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic, and the badge slips out of your hand.
58% proficient in catching small objects, but this is gonna look so bad on me. If I just let this drop right now. How's my hand-eye? I feel it's maxed out already. It's maxed out already. This is why I still wear hand-eye coordination clothes and visual calc clothes. But it's all mixed up. I got more hand-eye coord stuff. Try to catch it. Oh, somehow managed. Wait, failed green? Oh.
Not today, badge.
Wait, success? Oh, that interfacing failed. That interface failed, this succeeded. Okay. I was confused because that didn't pop up yet. Legendary failed you can buy. But we recovered it. Drama is unnecessary. Got the badge. All is well.
And your gun?
As if having your badge and gun are natural states, not achievements. What is it with all these material objects?
Gun, gun, gun. How did you know I lost my gun? Don't admit to it. They probably asked everybody else. No actual detecting except for how bad did Harry fuck up. Gun is right here. Villiers 9mm. Gun, badge, car. These are all things. Things don't matter, people do, and it's okay, I'm right here. It's right here. If they heard I lost my gun, it's a lie, see?
He has it. And he didn't drop it. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Put that thing away before you kill someone.
I didn't lose my gun, I have my gun. Does it even matter that I found my gun? I quit drinking forever. It's only me in this boring hellhole now.
I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then, huh?
Cause apparently I'm bleeding through my clothes. I got bacterial infections. That's probably the smell of sepsis he hears, if not even gangrene. It could be gangrene by now.
He's wounded. It's been a long week, and he's handled an actual corpse.
No idea what just... I washed the death off of me. Had on an actual corpse. Bit of a week. Sorry I smell bad. Older situation is meaningless compared to what I discovered. Man, people... I mean, I get situations, right? There's a time and a place. But I had a job before that heavily involved heavy labor in the sun. And I still have people going, why do you smell like sweat? Because not all of us are sitting at the office all day. Come help out, maybe. It's been a long week. Sorry I smell bad. It's more sorry cop, isn't it? It's 1313, super cop and sorry cop. None of this matters compared to what I discovered.
What you discovered? You let the suspect escape, a certain Glacier, because you were too drunk to assess a flight risk.
Was Kim dude drunk? Kim was right there with me. This was cogent, logical risk-reward decisions.
We've read the report, Sari. Lieutenant Kitsuhagi's. We know.
She was some kind of spy from the Occident, specially trained. Not taking her in was the right thing to do. She gave a vital clue that led us to the island. I got duped, let her go as an act of mercy. Small detail of a huge case you know nothing about. They aren't going to believe me. They all think that I'm off my rocker, that I'm Harry. They don't realize that I am fully mentally sound and massive genius Raphael. If I just say it's a huge case they don't know about, they're gonna put me in the loony bin. I gotta treat this diplomatically or something. Pale age vodka completely obliterates the ego? Maybe. See, start a game. They mentioned pale age vodka. I don't know what that means. Pale age? Like pale wine barrels? But nah. See, that's the cool stuff. They hinted all that stuff before you even know what it's about. Not taking it was the right thing to do. Gave us a vital clue.
Oh well, if she was nice. I'm not even gonna get into the other suspect, who also escaped. Yeah, Ruby something.
Suspects. Just suspects. Persons of interest, sure, but we have the actual... He's gonna be dead. We have the actual killer. We're gonna say he's on the island, please just come get him here. And he's gonna be dead. He's gonna be dead because he's old, he's exposed to the elements, he's malnourished, he's high on drugs just to keep going, and by the time we get to him, he's gonna be dead. And there goes all my credibility.
Or the fact that you're Everclear's little peony now, doing I don't know what for him. That's small-time stuff. That's nothing. That's a humorous anecdote. Compared to the 7 people who were gunned down, the streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking mass murder.
It was armed mercenaries who came in, who were going to kill a whole lot more. Four hardy boys and 3 mercenaries is a remarkable miracle.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired and vetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals.
Plus 8 defeated with her, well done.
Here comes the cavalry.
He did so at considerable risk to his person. Remember, he was shot. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been.
What he said. I also solved the case. It solved all of it. It was a massacre, got wiped out. Where the hell were you? Firefights a trivial matter compared to the great discovery of the century. I'm just sorry. It is solved. All that, and we solved the case.
Detective, it's better if I do that.
Okay, Kim, go ahead and do that.
It's so much better if he does this. 1,000,000 times better.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation.
He thinks of apologizing, but decides against it.
Not even Jean wants points of sorry, cop.
You've spent the week with him on this case. What is your take?
Oh, so where's that 25,000 points of honor? 7! They lied! Oh wait, no, that's right. Because I reset after that, because those thoughts were dumb.
The case?
Un lieutenant Frétard Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the gun losing,
Cam, don't admit to
also
it!
losing the badge. That's all true. Although he has not been drinking on the job this week.
I had one sip on day 1 or 2. But that was day 1 or 2.
See?
1 week.
Then there's the superstardom. He likes to, from time to time, allude to being a superstar law official. At first I thought it was a joke, but now I'm not so sure. He says disco about 20 times a day.
He's on to me.
It's worrying, especially
Oh,
considering
come
his
on.
political views. Detective Dubois is,
That's
as
worrying?
you may know, a Mazovian socio-economist. He wants to liquidate the ruling class, which, again, for a police officer, is a little odd.
Hey, how am I supposed to get them up against the wall? Where am I to get weapons, if not from the repressive state apparatus itself?
You should yell something.
I am a policeman of the state to cut. Not a good idea. Time and a place. This is my own tribunal. This is a new set of mercenaries with their guns pointed at me.
Yes, let's let the big boys talk.
And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, and the constant smoking everywhere, all the time.
It was once!
But despite
It
all
was
this,
once!
he's a great detective, one of the best I've seen.
The only smoke I had was late game, after the tribunal, after all the bloodshed. One relaxing smoke. Everywhere, all the time. What the heck, Kim? Tossing me out of the motor carriage.
He can talk human beings into telling him everything, and he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped pursuing leads, however far-fetched and tangential. He is tireless, madly driven.
And Kim, and in doing all that, in pursuing all leads, even the most fantastical that everyone else would have ditched.
Well, except that one time when he stopped to sing karaoke.
After the
which
bloodbath
probably
again.
was a valiant effort. He really sang his heart out.
It was a poignant moment. Sang it for us, sang it for the Hardy Boys. It was a dirge for those we lost. Kim, throw me a bone here.
Yeah, it was what it was.
Other than that one time, he has tirelessly worked on the case, and he solved it. We have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator, locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation. He apprehended a revolutionary brigade who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
Well, the insul whatever plasmid has been known, so it's less discovered, it's more confirmed the existence of.
A new species?
A colossal stick insect, 3 meters tall. It's on the island, camouflage as the reeds. It unfolded from them. I did not, unfortunately, get a photo, but I believe it may have been the Insulindian phasmid. I know this sounds fantastic, but I'm a 4 times decorated lieutenant of the RCM. I do not make up encounters with cryptids to spice up my day. I am very, very sane.
Kim, I am very, very sane is something Harry would say. This isn't gonna help your case before Jean.
I don't doubt you, Lieutenant. If you say it was the Insulindian phasmid, then it was the Insulindian phasmid.
Boom, shakalaka. It's incredible, but it was real. So as you can see, I'm a pretty okay detective. An absolutely giant communist. It was incredible, but real.
Lieutenant, is it somehow connected to the case?
Ignoring me. Speaking over the child.
The killer did not seem to be aware of the phasmid's presence. Exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia, he fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
Boom, boom, boom. Yes, the plasma may have contributed to his mental state in some other way over the years. Probably not committed per se, but the perpetrator of its existence. Boom, boom, boom. Drop a boom for every truth he says.
Yes, but also
Phasmid may have contributed to his mental state in some way over the years. Maybe. If it's stealing stuff, moving things around, accidental gaslighting, the noises he hears just the back of his mind, the shapes and the shadows moving through the reeds when he's already a war-era revolutionary who probably imagines enemies around him.
So it is connected.
We could order a search. I could get people from EPIS on the island, entomologists, doctors. There must be signs of it in the reeds. If we found the Insulindian phasmid, well, that would be absolutely exceptional. The PR value alone.
There, you need to make your case now. The floor is all yours. He prepared it well.
Also started a nightclub in the church. And the phasmid is female, the reeds are its nest, a killer. Lilianovich Dross. You have a strong motive. Previous head of the Debardeurs Union was assassinated by our killer. Also dead on the boardwalk, a missing person I found. Also looked into the mystery of the Dune commercial area. Can I do all these? Strong case now. I feel like this is one of those things where you get to say all the things you want to say. And then end it with what do you say? Is this hot shit or what? We'll start with the most pressing thing, and then work our way down the list. The killer, Lilianovich Dross, you have a strong motive.
Lilianovich. A revolutionary matronym.
Yeah, tell me about that.
The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Krasovich, Lasovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so they used matronyms, derived from the mother's name instead. This man's mother was Lilian. His Lilian's son, Lilianovich. The custom was overturned after the revolution failed, but not before it made it to Revachol.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called.
Thank you, Trond. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory.
It supports.
You said you have a motive?
Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
And it does?
He wasn't
It
quite
was?
sure about the straggler before he heard this detail. It must have convinced him.
Kill the mercenary and out of jealousy. Kill the mercenary, hoping to start a war between the company and the Union. I'm sure the Union might have wanted that. That they know they have a revolutionary on the island. And they know there's mercenaries coming in. Those two conditions together. A bit of stochastic terrorism. And you got yourself some revolution. But I don't think that was Dross's motive. So that's irrelevant to this question. It was jealousy. Jealousy is what did him in.
Jealousy? I thought this Lilianovich was an old man. To have been hiding for 50 years. Like 70-something.
a strange psychosexual fascination, the result of spending all this time in solitude on the islands of this bay. And trauma too. He himself gave a political reason. In his mind, he had killed an enemy combatant. Also, we have ballistics from the gun, matching the bullet found in the dead mercenary's head, and 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross confessed to.
It's a clean win.
Oh, it's way more than that.
Rebooting credibility and, what do you say, Jean? Sounds like case closed, isn't it? Even if you can't trust me, he's got Kim in my notes, Kim in his notes.
Way.
It's a perfect folding mechanism. Like the phasmid. It's way more than that. It'll win me Dora back now. If you're still Harry. Harry might have that thought. But Harry is dead. We are long past that. Raphael's about healing. My masterpiece. I'll teach us in cop school. Did all I could. Every second was a struggle. Still not completely satisfied. Could be a little neater. It's a perfect folding mechanism. Just like the phasmid. Wrap it on back.
Perfect folding mechanism. Get over yourself, Harry. I can still smell the booze on the wind.
God damn it. Doesn't it ever leave? It is there. Like in your bones or something.
That's just his dad breath. When's the last time we've seen Harry brush his teeth? Or Raphael? Raphael hasn't, but Harry before the game, 3-day bender. I didn't see a toothbrush in any of the rooms.
It will pass in time.
The previous head of the Debarders Union also. 2 cases solved and 1 killer.
This is a conversation for when we are no longer out in the open. In Martinez, where Evrard and Edgar Clare have ears everywhere.
But they don't have ears here, otherwise. We could have gotten away with forging the signatures for the envelope. This is a non-union part of Martinet, not yet.
And eyes, too. Your return from the island must not have gone unnoticed.
Oh, they might have put some spies in.
Understood, of course.
But a case against Everard would be big.
I would prefer not to partake in anything union-related, for political neutrality.
This has to be good stuff for him to backpedal out of it at first mention.
And we also solved another case, missing person on the boardwalk.
Yes. Fallen through a gap in a boardwalk. Drunk.
How'd you know I found
The
him?
body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of funeral arrangements and family stuff.
Good.
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us.
Still, good work with the missing person, detective.
It's still a point for you. No denying it.
And the Phasmid is female. There's a nest.
Female? What makes you think so?
You had to see it. It had the subdued colors of a female. And the nesting behavior too, I think.
Incredible. Were there eggs in the nest?
I was really hoping there'd be.
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
Gathered items, helmet, scope, a passport. Think it reproduces by parthenogenesis. We have evidence of that? Had mandibles that looked like hair, completely white on the inside. I guess we could do all 3.
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male. This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called bowers. They are for attracting mates.
I still think it was female, could have been male. But it is true, we don't have any firm confirmation it's female. Males could make nests too, for that reason. It could have been male actually, we don't know. This is gonna take a whole lot of study.
Must be robust if it can move a helmet with its limbs.
Maybe reproduces by parthenogenesis, who's to say?
As in cloning itself? What makes you think so?
It told me. Maybe it could have if we passed our skill checks. Just a hunch.
Well, then it wouldn't matter if it's a male or female. The bower would just be rudimentary behavior from before the parthenogenetic mutation.
What if every single reed is a potential Insulidian Phasmid, and those are really Art's eggs?
That makes sense. Yes.
Very interesting. Such organisms are extremely vulnerable to disease. A single strain of bacteria could wipe out the whole species. We're probably looking at conservation efforts here.
So on top of everything else, not botching the Everard's campaigns, solving the murder, and everything else we've done, we've also secured a conservation area in the bay. That's speaking my language now.
In his mind, he's already planning a nature reserve and knows a good guy for that.
Look like a mandibles and a hair, really on the inside.
Yes, but also reed-colored, beige and brown, a little green on the outside. After unfolding from a single stalk, it still retained parts that looked like reed tufts on its limbs.
Incredible. It's a toughie that you don't have a photo. This would look very, very flashy in the papers. None of it says vigilante murderers to me at all. Great PR.
I tried to, but I only got a blur.
Ouch.
We can still work. Cop discovers new species in there. I know a good guy in La Majesté,
Luck.
but only after the École Supérieure people find it. This cannot be done by French people.
We have to be involved in though. Morel and Lena have been working on this their whole lives. It's their data and evidence. They could join whatever the École Supérieure is doing.
It needs to be white coats and glassware for this fly. We need professionals.
You're doing good here. Perhaps only for a moment, but still. Quit while you're ahead? Or no?
No, everything else too. Also, looking into the mystery of the Doom commercial area.
I don't know what a doomed commercial area is.
Rudy Sink is Lawn 10. Commercial building where all business go bankrupt. They looked into it. Curse turned out to be, possibly, anthroponetical. That is speaking the language of Martinet, of Revachol. Part of my larger investigation of Martinet itself.
I'm 100% sure it didn't turn out to be that. You know, cut diameter and drop analytic 2mm hole shit.
He knows
This is
about
Appendix
that.
B. We're a police force.
It doesn't look like the lieutenant wishes you to push this angle further.
Kim, you were there. You've seen the notes. You've heard the noise.
Cut it out is indeed what he is thinking.
Fine. He also started a nightclub at the church, a Nautic dance music. We created the new disco.
What was that? It sounded like you set up a nightclub in the church.
Reinvigorated the local nightlife, did some kids a solid, turned their lives around, and discovered a hitherto anthroponetical phenomenon in there too. He said to cut that out. Did some kids a solid. Kim says to cut it out too. Not gonna embarrass Kim when he's done so much for my credibility.
4 kids were living in a tent on the ice. They were going to drown when it melted. It's not optimal, but the building was abandoned, so he put them in there. It's okay.
It's not that okay. Get off this subject now.
So what do you say? Want to take this hot shit back?
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder. So I have to. Jude,
Anything that ends the trial is okay with me.
You
Trial?
haven't been drinking, she thinks. So maybe this time.
Is this an impromptu trial? Is it really tribunal?
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go.
okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
Now you will finally get to know who you are.
Wait. A few questions before I go about who I
The
am.
man looks westward, impatiently.
The case is effectively solved. Everyone is treating it like it's solved. There shouldn't be any more stuff to worry about.
Jingling his car keys in his pocket.
I know who I am. I know why I'm like this. I'm ready and... End sounds final. Is this actually it? Is this actually in the game? Well, we gotta tell Lane about the Phasmid ASAP.
Who is Lena?
Cryptozoologist, she lives in Jamrock on Tabernacle Road. She's the one who told us about this. You called it fringe, but this is their efforts manifest.
Tabernacle? It's on the way over. Near where you live on Perdition.
Fine, if we're gonna drop you off anyway.
She and her husband were conducting the search for the Phasmid. It's their discovery, in part. They should know as soon as possible, even if we didn't get a photo.
She is going to be over the moon. Watch
Marriage
out,
saved.
She'll faint.
Okay, so who am I to you guys? If I still have the chance to reassert the Raphael persona, I will.
Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry.
What?
Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but
Before?
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe...
That explains a lot. It possibly explained if I went more for physique and motorics, but we did not. We're a wreck. No way, I was a rock and roll singer!
You haven't told us about that. You just told us about being a gym teacher.
Oh, well, that's my bad.
Harry, it explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the bicep girth, your inexplicable facial hair,
The collection of fallen sportswear I've amassed.
your moves on the church floor, which honestly were just jump aerobics, your use of the word graffito,
Right, graffito, we were a square! We've been a square all along!
And this guy, too.
When was this? When was I a gym teacher?
in your 20s or late 20s, you've really let yourself go since then.
Yeah, physique too, motorics too. If this is it, then I might as well put the rest of these points away. Maybe leave one left over just in case for some final check for something. What do I want? All my psyche stuff is amazing. Physical instrument. Slowly rebuild my physical instrument on my pain threshold. Added everything else be where they are. And one left over for just in case. You said in Coulron, I was a gym teacher there.
Yes, you taught gym in Cool. I believe that's the term. Taught gym at a high school. You were a high school gym teacher.
The smell of sweat and glue, the worn floorboards.
My expertise in shoving my fingers into brain matter.
High school. Harry, your goings on with Kuna, Andre, Estelle, the whole thing on the ice. That's why you are so juvie.
That's why I was so hello, fellow kids.
His smirk suggests barely contained laughter.
Kim, don't laugh. I'm good with kids. You should be happy. That means if we adopt, we'll be great dads. Why did I join the RCM then?
The regular. You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big fight. Be more than you are. All that.
You, every morning, walking from Voyager Road to teach gym. She, leaving for the academy with her spring coat on. The air
academy,
filled
which
with
she also
smell of
called.
smoke and raspberries, and incredible hope. An ocean full of hope.
Okay, that's who I was though. We're still Raphael. I see now.
I knew it. I knew no normal human being can run like that. He's an honest-to-God gym teacher.
The awe and admiration in his voice. Why am I like this?
It's not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also, you were drunk.
You really went with it too. Really maximized the damage.
Dora? Her name Dora?
Yeah. Dora England, I think.
Not Dora Dubois.
Dora England? We weren't even married? Dora England?
Something like that. Half Vazan.
We weren't even married?
No one is married anymore. This is Revachol.
When was that?
God, I don't know. 6 years ago, she was way before my time.
6 years and you haven't gotten over it. What the hell is wrong?
6 years, not that much. It took me, what, 2 or 3 years to get over the big one? 6 is plenty. That's like an excess of plenty. 6 years.
Yeah. Or 7. You're not doing too good there. It's an old man thing. 2 old years equals 1 normal year. That and Dora Engelund really tore you a new one. A big one.
Who was she?
Incredibly bangable.
No, what did she do?
She was incredibly fuckable. A beautiful bourgeois woman. Wayfish. Like a Welkin, basically.
Snow Welkin. Blonde Welkin. Heartbreak Welkin. Pain Welkin.
Yeah, I get the point. Stop chewing me out!
I've only seen a picture, but it's obvious you formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was. One you never recuperated from.
No wonder he keeps comparing her to Dolores Day. Perfect Dolores Day, goddess Dolores Day, the pure innocence.
Look, the sun is going down. It's time to go on.
I think she taught in the Académie des Arts, east of the river. Way east. Hard to say which came first, the middle-class chick or the drink. Egg and the chicken kind of thing.
She's kind of pressing us for time a lot. Have I got a limited amount of stuff I could ask? I could ask everything.
My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit. Not a psychologist. Several degrees harder. Is there something harder than a psychiatrist? A forensic psychiatrist? Go talk to that.
I've been talking to my ancient reptilian brain. He's got me on track.
In other words, he's heard enough. about
There's no
this.
time component here. Thank you, Sapan Stars. At times I always gotta worry though. Okay, let's talk about the precinct. What kind of station is it?
Us? With the bloody murder station, haven't you heard? With the bad guys. No one likes us.
Oh no, so am I on the take?
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You're just understaffed, and everyone respects the 41st. You have Captain Price.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station and the district is too big, which is why we need to...
Get back to it. We left Torson and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good.
Ooh, question. Did we recently shoot up a church by chance?
So he remembers that. Yes, there may have been a raid on some churches.
Some
it wasn't good
churches.
press.
If we ended up exacerbating the pale outside of my constantly hitting F9. Day 1, talking to Gardner, leaning into the door. Karaoke quest.
Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town, to be clear.
What happened? Why do you have to go there?
Our enemies were hiding in a church. to the best of our information. That's it. I'm not talking about this anymore. Your security clearance is shit tier right now. You have to wait for it to go up.
He means it. The RCM and its enemies will not be discussed on this coast.
So, who's Price?
Ptolemy Price is the son of the old Price, one of the founders of the RCM.
He's one of the most highly regarded men in the force. You're lucky.
Somewhere under the curved roof of a former silk factory, shaped like a ladybird with 2 chimneys, Police Captain Ptolemy Price sits behind a heavy wooden desk. Resident medic Nix Gottlieb pours him coffee. It's silent in the captain's office.
Work day through. Last day to call your precinct when everyone's still there. We did have everyone in the precinct, I think, when I called them. And everyone's like, oh no, it was really in a bad off way. Oh yeah, because after that everyone comes out. These 2 hang out of the whirling. The 3rd one at the phone building. So yeah. They wouldn't all be together then.
They speak of change, the city, the tension on the streets. They speak of the events of April and the blood on the streets in May.
April and May. It's only March right now. Are they projecting some uprisings that are going to happen, or are they planning something? Are they involved with capital I? C-Wing is...
God. There are 4 wings, Harry. A, B, C, and D. We're in C. It's made of losers and clock punchers. You and I reconceptualized it as a task force. It was a mistake.
Conceptualization was always on the ball.
There's also a lot of outside help involved, not only me. Other losers too.
He's anything but a loser, although he would like to be seen as one. It's cooler that way.
Drunk Union guy in the whirling. We spoke to him. We did. But then he disappeared. Gone after the first day. Or it was the first evening. I think he was around for a couple of days. We didn't speak to him past the first encounter? Because they didn't have to? And Torson and McLean?
Mac the Torso Torson and Chester McLean. They're not fit to run a wing. Believe me. Things are shaky as it is.
I might be wrong too. This is like 2 weeks into this game now, so I've thoroughly forgotten the first couple of days.
They are damn iconic though, Torson and McLean.
An iconic duo, I take it?
Yeah, not like us. 2 clinically depressed old men.
So just like
Where's
us.
the contrast here? We are garbage.
So I work in the bloody murder station.
Okay, it's not the bloody murder station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and a coffee corner. A lot of good people work there, hard, every day.
Past tense.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Rivershore. Faubourg, technically, but it's divided into 11 districts. Jamrock only has us.
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you, and it's often considered to be the greatest of the districts. You're lucky to have it.
Kim's
Thank you
always
again,
popping that
Leonard.
up. So am I a dirty cop working for La Puta Madre?
No,
No, because the suspects seem to think so.
you're too unstable to work for a mob boss. You're suicidal, Harry. No mob boss would take you.
Or maybe that's why the mob would take me, because I was vulnerable. I was a vulnerability and easily played. Maybe we can get Dora back. Maybe if you do this for us, you could have all the figurines. We can get you a ticket to wherever she fled to.
I assure you, I wouldn't consult for a corrupt unit.
He would immediately backpedal out of it. I told you it's not that bad.
Maybe we are clean then. If he's been our partner for how long, and he knows us. How about you, Kim? What will you do now?
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all these. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain.
About what? About interdepartmentalization, fraternization, and marriage?
Detective, we just stopped a small-scale
Or
war.
that.
Something is happening to Revachol.
Or that.
I don't know
Or those
what yet,
hints.
but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready. Infiltrate. Investigate.
Do you want to do that Station 41? What do you say, King? You've hyped up the Jamrock squad all this time? Want to be a part of it? We got Captain Price. You could be lucky and work with Captain Price.
Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of two captains with my doom-mongering.
Now investigate! Work in Precinct 41.
Work with Price?
And
I'm
Raphael.
flattered, but I don't know if I...
Would fit in. And crazy enough. Can take the stress. He
Hey.
doesn't know how to finish the sentence.
If he could keep his senses after a week with Raphael, he'll fit in perfectly fine.
This truly came as a surprise to him. Not a bad one, but he's at a loss.
Flattered. Your Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even.
And I'm sure there's gonna be a huge pay cut for all the damage I've caused, and bringing one more guy onto the force.
I do like the sound of that.
Achievement! Recruit Detective Kim Kitsuragi!
He's really considering it.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm afraid that it says end instead of conclude. End.
Good.
Fuck it, let's go. Trump brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
Okay, if we're going back to Jamrock, might as well spend this last... Oh, 2 points now. What last 2 points to put it into? Half-Light's what? Physical intimidation? Threaten people? Okay. Let me slowly build up my reaction speed as sobriety takes effect. Inland Empire? You want Inland Empire Sapan stars? For both of them? Okay, alright. It's been with me for so long. Psyche is pretty much what carried me through all this. Everything else was lucky. I'll put some points to Inland Empire.
Under the evening sky, the great district turns on its lights. A chessboard of wooden houses, 80,000 living souls inside. Fire traps as far as the eye can see, from Main Street to Precinct 41, atop the motorway, to Boogie Street, disappearing into the rain on
You
the
hope it's enough
horizon.
for it? Oh, that foreshadowing, that menacing foreshadowing.
You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber.
Square
In
bullets.
South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come. It's time.
It might be Esprit de Corps, Sapanda! Ah! That's okay, Esprit de Corps is also at 8. That's pretty high. Boosted up Inland Empire at the end. Secures a bit of that Raphael spark in Raphael. He's a more sober cop. He isn't as self-destructive as Harry was. But that damage has left its mark. He's always going to be a bit more insightful.
Dawson? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vicmere? Yes. Dubois? Of course.
Not Cousteau? Not Cousteau?
Really? Nick Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Potomny Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in his office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the people. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minnow? Of course.
So Price and Gottlieb. Talking about the bloodshed and the violence in April and May. Are they part of this revolution then? This side story of the guns being found and collected. The marching on the pulse of the city.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
Well, it's a big end button. I think that's it. Dissociation is not a good thing. Maybe not, Wither, but it's got volition to hold it back. Volition and empathy are pinching it in. We're not fully out there yet. Big Brother Volition is going to make sure that despite our paranatural cop tendencies, there's an anchor that's always going to pull us back. Side with the people against what? Considering that we are an anodic disco communist super cop against whatever's going to go against the people. Could be capitalism. The moral intern themselves. The coalition government. Who's to say? Oh, now he is limping. Oh, their motor carriage is nowhere as cool as Kim's. You know, it could be that the RCM isn't merely descended from the ICM. That's the wind then, isn't it? Okay, that has been like so long. So while the credits roll, I'm gonna grab myself a really quick bathroom break, then I'll come back. Alright, see, just a really quick one. Well, I think it goes without saying that I really enjoyed this. Audio visually, the writing wise, everything, fantastic game. Everyone who said for the past 3 years that Disco Elysium is amazing, we're completely right. And these voices, amazing, each and every one. I'm surprised how many unique voices they have too. There's not all that many that like double up. Well, here we go, all the double ones. But still, a lot of unique ones. And even then. Mega rich like bending guy. They're gonna find out what's behind that one door. But they weren't able to brute force the phasmid. It's 4:01. Could maybe devote some time to going back a couple of manual saves and trying to brute force at 3%. Anonymous proofreader. But that was pretty good. Even the mystery had me going back and forth for a good while. I'm not sure at all that the true killer is kind of an out and left field thing. Because even following the false leads is still pretty exciting, still gets the mind going. Though did end up losing but missing out some stuff at the end. A few things could have ever about. Getting into the door, photographing the phasmid. But apart from that, joining the book club. Pretty thorough for a first playthrough too. Nothing wrong with it. It would have been better if it was a tiny bit planned beforehand or planned dead. That's the thing though, isn't it? The evidence, all the evidence, didn't really line up correctly. In a sense, the lack of a solid lead is in itself a hint that it's nobody else. The ghost says communism killed him. I completely forgot about that detail, and I didn't put too much weight into the voices in my head and imagination. But the lack of noise is the biggest thing. So it could have been Classier, couldn't have been Ruby, because unless they had an accomplice, they were too close. And it could have been the mercenaries, because they had too much esprit de corps with the victim. There were so few solid leads that I was willing to believe that it was a moral intern plot to destabilize Revachol and have an excuse to bring the hammer down harder on the coalition government. So, it does hint that it can't possibly be any conventional suspect. You gotta spread that out far to try to get some kind of connection. It feels like an episode of some detective show throwing false leads. Well, that's half the fun though. It's really half the fun. A lot of it is like playing Harry or Raphael, Tequila Sunset, whoever you want to be, and having arguments about the voices in your head. But at the end of the day, it is an episode of a detective show or story. You get to be the communist, the political activist, the paranatural investigator, all wrapped around the framework of it's a mystery story. The red herring is supposed to distract from the solution. It kinda did though. Every single thing distracted me for a while. Throwing everything to the wall, seeing what sticks or not. Maybe, as a pure mystery story, there's those rules for mystery stories, right? You gotta make sure it's fair in these ways. So maybe it isn't completely fair. But, as a game, it's pretty fun to be strung along. And to spend a little bit of time on what completely isn't true at all. What if I never found the bullets? If I never found the bullets, then would I even have had as many doors open to me as it would have? You know? there's still important casework you gotta do to even get to the point where you realize all the evidence is garbage. Kind of a perpendicular mystery that way. It's less using the evidence to find something close to the true killer's identity, and more looking at the evidence and realizing none of this works. Where do you take our mystery if none of this works? So, personally, regardless, I had fun with this. I had fun with this, and I'm totally going to play a lot more of this and boost through some stuff in my off time. Where are my regular backup saves? That was Ruby's, yesterday's. Could try to arrest Clausier, could try to go back to the beach. Not a big problem, but I think the mystery part would have worked better with a few more poignant hints. I'll bite, I'll admit to that. I'm satisfied as is, personally, having just played it, still riding my high. But that is a good point. That the mystery itself might have benefited with that. And very great is absolutely true. In some ways, I'm kind of glad that I waited so long to play this. Because I definitely would not have been in as good a place. I was too Harry-like when this came out. But now I can see with fresh eyes that, folks, all of you were absolutely correct. Game of the Year 2019, 2021, and 22. Core of the story is burgeoning romance with Kim. Also very important, true. That's why when you talk to Martin Martinet, you can't help but feel attracted, but Martin Martinet does not reciprocate. But Raphael, slowly, maybe after the game, comes to terms with these complex feelings, realize forget Dora, forget the stuff that hurt you before. It's Kim. Kim's been here all along, it's always been Kim. Would have been cool if when you find the snipey guy, you would tend to go, ah, of course, rather than, okay. Was it really, okay? I kind of felt, ah, of course, with every new thing he had to say. I didn't really feel like it was more of a like, yeah, if you say so kind of thing. It was out in left field, showing up only in the 11th hour, but felt to me more like revelation after revelation. The ballistic thing feels like a Deus Ex Machina. That one I'll be harder on disagreeing on, because you are given 4 possibilities a lot earlier on, when you pass the visual calculus at the window. Alpha for at the roof itself, and the betas in 3 locations, and the island is one of them. So the island was always there. The island just doesn't get confirmed until Clausier gives it to you. In a way, you could say it was maybe foreshadowed. Because you do have the island as a possibility. You just never have the chance to actually go to it. So it's kind of a hint that's right in front of you from the moment you're able to conceptualize the trajectories. Can finish the game without even examining the body. It sounds terrible, but I'm kind of tempted to see what even happens if you're just absolute worst cop in the world. Because it all comes down to the end, doesn't it? With your task force interrogating you, trying to see, are you still Tequila Sunset? Are you a lucid human being? And if you can't, haven't examined anything, and Kim hasn't helped you out at all, into the bin you go, It's late night. Well, Wither, it's a good time to night because I just finished the game. And it's 4:11 here. So, I'm just about done then too. Ended it around the perfect time. So for now, I gotta find someone to drop you guys onto, having just completed this remarkable game. Time for breakfast. One of you going to bed, one of you waking up for breakfast. And 4 p.m. here, all over the world, aren't we? For now, who have you got online? Schubert's on, haven't seen him in a while. Game's done quick doing the Zelda? Ah, just awkward time though. I see Duke Donuts is on. And it's been a while since I read a Duke. He's doing his doodad times right now. And then Big Friday Gaming after that. So gonna toss you guys onto Duke. And folks, thank you so much for going through this Disco Elysium journey with me. It's been phenomenal. And I've really enjoyed this one. Like seriously enjoyed this. It's been a pleasure from beginning to end. So for now, good night to the rest of your nights, your breakfasts, your weekends. And see you folks next week. Take care of each other, have fun.